Please be seated. Thank you. Good evening, members of the public and the press attending this full council meeting of BCP Council on the 22nd of February 2022. I'm Councillor Nigel Hedges, and as Chair of BCP Council, I will be chairing the meeting. I will be supported by my Vice Chairman, Councillor Tony O'Neill. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules for speaking. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand physically to indicate. Wired microphones have been provided for each councillor. Based on the guidance from the venue, councillors, officers, members of the public and the press in attendance are encouraged to wear a face covering whilst moving around the venue. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is required by relevant legislation relating to key budget decisions or is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present at the meeting. It should be noted that some members may be joining the meeting remotely due to exceptional circumstances. However, these members will not be able to vote on any issues, but may indicate that they wish to speak, and I will try to bring them in when I can. Councillors are advised that the live stream of meeting may include shots of councillors who are not speaking at the time. I propose to have comfort breaks at 2-hour intervals as appropriate. In addition, I would request that you try and avoid leaving the meeting during debate. I would request that you try to avoid leaving the meeting during debate. Thank you. In case of an emergency alarm, evacuation details will be provided as appropriate by officers. No tests are expected. As we now see COVID restrictions diminishing, we are still holding full council at the Bournemouth International Centre to afford the greatest logistical opportunities to ensure that all councillors can attend safely and without any concerns. As part of that, the VBIC management have asked if we can continue to wear masks when moving around the building, although I confirmed that these can be removed while seated. As we all know, we have been asked to sign in and to have taken a lateral flow test in the last 24 hours. So hopefully everyone has done that and we can meet in safety. Also, some councillors have expressed concerns about the potential length of this meeting. I will do my best to manage the debate, but the length of the meeting really does depend on your contributions to the debate, so please engage as fully as you wish to, but also bear in mind the likely length of the meeting overall, and please keep your comments and contributions succinct and to the point. This budget meeting is often the hardest meeting of the year, so I would ask us all to work with the flow of the meeting and let's keep the debate moving when we can. But most of all, please keep the debate civil and in line with your own code of conduct and constitution. All councillors will be aware of the Nolan principles and the new code of conduct for councillors where respect is obligatory. In previous meetings, I've been inclined to allow speeches to flow as much as possible, but I am aware I have allowed some terms to be used that could be interpreted as vituperative, whether they be euphemisms or even rhyming slang. I will employ the gavel and in the first instance request politely that the councillor in my judgment could perhaps rephrase their comment to my satisfaction in concord with the principles and code of conduct I have just referred to. Thank you, members. As BCP Chairman, I've been allowed to engage with the High Sheriff of Dorset and to be able to contribute in a very modest way to Mr Mike Dooley's Harmony Project for Dorset. Inspired by the Prince of Wales book of the same name, it has contributors from prison system, charities across the county, Travellers and Gypsies, chaplain for the county, youth representatives, documentary filmmakers, Bournemouth University and luminaries such as Sir Anthony Selsdon. I've been afforded the honour of writing a short piece for the subsequent book following the conference on the 23rd of March on a typical day in the life of a BCP chairman. Well, one day it's planting trees with the Queen's representative, and the next it's Wellington boots and hard-hatted recycling plant, so not typical at all, really. As a large, influential council, BCP has a strong voice for this county and beyond. We are all privileged to be entrusted with the task of making that voice heard in a positive way. Can I just say spontaneously at this point, and it has been brought to my attention, we really do have to thank all our officers and all the staff over the last 2 years for everything they've done to make sure this council functions to the best of its ability and beyond, and even the officers who've been involved recently catering with the 3 consecutive storms that we had. So I know this probably hasn't been done before, but I think I'd like to ask for a spontaneous round of applause for all the staff for all they've done in the last few years, please. Thank you, members. I think that was important. Agenda item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. I will do, and I'll make sure your comments about the staff are passed on to everybody through the newsletter. So thank you.
You could ask them to watch it on YouTube.
I will do that as well. Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Diana Butler, Councillor Norman Decent, Councillor Anne Filer, Councillor David Flagg, Councillor Nick Geary, Councillor Lisa Lewis, Councillor Lisa Northover, Councillor Tony Trent and Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest received?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd advise that the following dispensation has been granted to all affected BCP councillors to enable them to participate fully and vote in the meeting, and that a dispensation is granted to all councillors who are owners, licensees and leaseholders of any beach hut in the BCP area under section 32, subsection 2B of the Localism Act 2011, to allow councillors to participate and vote on matters relating to beach huts, which may come before council on February 22nd, 2022, and this dispensation is limited to this meeting only. Councillors Mellor and Broadhead have been granted a dispensation in accordance with the relevant legislation by virtue of their directorships on companies. And I'd like to call on Councillor Mike Brooke, who I understand wishes to make a declaration of interest, if I may, Chairman.
Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. It's just that I'm a board member of BDC and that is referred to in the budget papers.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, likewise, I'm a board member of the Bournemouth Development Company, and please note. Thank you.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
And me, Chairman.
And Councillor Dunlop. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Yep. So, Chairman, if any other member is required to make any declaration of interest, then please refer to the flow chart that's set out in the agenda for guidance. We'll take those during the meeting.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 11th of January 2022? Is there any dissension from confirming the minutes? Can we take this all then as consensus by show of hands? If you please indicate. Thank you, that's agreed. Agenda item 4, announcements and introductions from the Chairman. That's me. I would like to report on recent engagements I've attended. Planting the Queen's Platinum Jubilee tree at Highcliffe Castle, unveiled by the Lord Lieutenant. The Mayor of Christchurch attended, the Mayor of Bournemouth and the Mayor of Poole. I've attended the High Sheriff's reception at the Dorset Museum, Dorchester, where we were introduced to the next High Sheriff, Mrs. Sybil Fine-King. Visited the Eco Park at Chapelgate. I visited the New Earth Recycling Centre at Camford Arena. I visited Home Start South East Dorset in Kinson and attended the North Bournemouth Crime Prevention Panel. Agenda item 5, public issues. We have a very busy agenda and therefore I propose to allow a maximum of 15 minutes for questions and will then deal with the statements. Any public questions not dealt with will receive a written response. I would therefore request that the responses to these questions are forwarded to Democratic Services to enable a written response to be provided within 2 working days as required by the Constitution. So, public questions. We have Nancy Curtis has submitted public question on the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Nancy Curtis, would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Dunlop will respond.
Thank you. Her Majesty the Queen celebrates her Platinum Jubilee this year with events to take place in June. Could the Council please advise what plans they have for celebrating this unique event across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and how the community can get involved?
Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mrs. Curtis for her perfect timing, because today saw the first BCP press release to get us all in the mood to celebrate this remarkable occasion of Her Majesty's 70 years on the throne and highlight how residents can get involved. The 4-day celebration culminates with the big lunch on Sunday the 5th of June, and we're encouraging our residents to get together for street parties. National Thank You Day, where we say thank you to our communities, is also being held on the same day and is hoping to break the record for Britain's biggest ever national party as part of the Queen's Jubilee celebrations. Street parties are a fantastic opportunity to bring people together and say thank you to our neighbours and community after all we've been through over the past 2 years. It can be a small gathering, or you can go the full Monty and have trestle tables right down the street with a bit of entertainment. We're working with a variety of partners to encourage as many people as possible to join in and try our best to make sure everyone gets the opportunity to enjoy a party. And I encourage our hospitality sector to join in and host parties too. What we have done is made it easy to apply to close your street, and we are removing road closure charges for community street parties, but there is a deadline of the 22nd of April to get your applications in. So to anyone thinking of organising a party, I say go for it. But don't forget your elderly neighbour, the struggling family, the people you don't normally speak to. And let's all sit down, share some food, mix it up, and make some new friends. And finally, to my fellow councillors, I say you've all got parks. Go organise a party. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you.
Chrissy Boris Brady has submitted a public question on the use of wood for buildings. She is unable to attend, and I would ask the Deputy Head of Democratic Services to read it out, and Councillor Broadhead will respond.
Many thanks, Chairman. The question from Chrissy Morris Brady reads, why isn't wood being used in new builds? It is sustainable and absorbs carbon. Wooden buildings are proven to have health benefits too. Students learn better in a wooden building as heart rate's lower and so stress is less. This is the same for homes. I learnt these facts from 39 Ways to Save the Planet, 29th of January 2022, but I knew before. Our current building materials can contribute 8% of carbon emissions. It has to stop. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs Tompkins. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chrissy Morris Bradley for your question. Most new build development will already incorporate some use of wood within their construction. However, the building regulations were also updated at the end of 2021 to ensure that from later on this year, from June 2022, new build development will have to achieve a 30% reduction in carbon emissions on the current standards. Now, ultimately, it is a choice for developers and builders what materials they use. With the forthcoming increase in standards, it's very likely that the use of wood and other sustainable materials will be a key part of the industry's response to meeting these updated and, I think, ambitious building regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Susan Stockwell has submitted a public question on a safer cycling corridor. Would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Mike Green will respond? Susan Stockwell. Thank you.
The safer cycling corridor from Sandbanks and Lilliput to Sturt and Holsbay across Poole High School catchment is currently on hold. Will this council now restore this route as school streets, filtering out traffic at Keyhole Bridge, Birds Hill and Tattenham Road? This could allay fears for the future of other traffic-calmed roads in Poole, including but not limited to Green Road, Alverton Avenue, Kingston Road, Shaftesbury Road, Danecourt Road, Valley Road, Livingston Road, and others. These are often in place to protect children and young adults walking or cycling to school or college.
Thank you, Ms Stockwell. Councillor Mike Green to respond, please.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and I thank Ms Stockwell for her question. The route from Sandbanks and Lilliput to Sturt and Holsbay is one of 76 such corridors identified in the draft local cycling and walking infrastructure plan to be examined for potential interventions over the next decade or so. None of those 76 are on hold. Nor has any part of this route ever been a school street. School streets are short closures to motor vehicles during morning drop-off and afternoon pick-up to improve the conditions immediately outside the school gates. And BCP Council is just in the process of introducing 4 of these at the moment as trials. Should these trials prove successful, we would look to roll them out to further locations. However, there are no main school entrances on any of the corridor mentioned by Ms Stockwell, and it's therefore extremely unlikely that those roads would be considered as potential school streets. I'd like to reassure Ms Stockwell that the Council carries out regular reviews of road traffic accidents on all BCP roads in line with the current highways legislation. The latest BCP Road Safety Report is available online, and it should be noticed that no parts of this particular route are identified as cycle collision cluster sites. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Steve Robinson has submitted a public question on becoming an internationally recognised age-friendly community. Would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Mellor will respond. Steve Robinson, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. With the recognition of age-friendly communities now in the corporate strategy, we've been working with the lead member for communities, forming a partnership in applying to the World Health Organization to become an internationally recognised age-friendly community, a benchmark of how the corporate strategy can become actionable activities. Working together, creating opportunities for older people to remain part of their local community, living healthy and active later lives, with knowledge and experience gained over many years celebrated and shared intergenerationally as they participate in activities that they value and enjoy. Leader, will you, on behalf of the Council, support this application?
Thank you, Mr Robinson. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank Mr Robinson for your question. BCP Council are committed to recognising and valuing local communities as being at the heart of everything they do. Many Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole residents within our communities are in their mid or later life, or perhaps living with some kind of vulnerability, which makes everyday life and feeling that they belong to their local community just that bit more challenging for them. We are delighted to work with you at Prama, a local charity, well respected and known for your commitment to local older people. We are also very pleased to support the joint application to become an age-friendly community as part of our corporate strategy to help people lead active, healthy and independent lives, adding years to life and life to years. Our strengths-based approach to community work means that we embrace an inclusive ethos across all generations, including those residents who have valuable experience and lifetime skills to share. Key features of an age-friendly community include good transport, communication and outdoor spaces, volunteering and employment opportunities, leisure and community services, and of course, health, dignity and social inclusion. We know that the vision of Prama is for a world where no one is disadvantaged or excluded because of age or infirmity, and where every person can enjoy life as they age. Our joint ambition would therefore be to work together towards making this area a place where older people are able to remain a key part of their local community as they live healthy and active later lives. Older people's knowledge and expertise gained over many years will be celebrated and shared intergenerationally as they participate in activities that they value and enjoy. Of course, many of these activities already exist across BCP, but need to be more widely known. Our engagement with our older population needs to be developed, finding existing strengths as well as gaps to be filled, and to listen to ideas and suggestions from the residents who have lived experience and can thus contribute to future strategy. The short answer to your question, Mr. Robinson, is yes. We will give our full support to this application so that we can publicly celebrate our older population and enable them to fully enjoy their retirement years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Conor O'Luby has submitted a public question on netting over the thatched buildings in Bridge Street, Christchurch. He's unable to attend, and I would ask the Deputy Head of Democratic Services to read it out, and Councillor Broadhead will respond.
Many thanks, Chairman. The public question from Conor O'Luby reads as follows. Netting over the thatched buildings on Bridge Street, Christchurch have led to the death of several birds, either from stress, dehydration, starvation, or a combination of all of these things. This is cruel and unacceptable. Can the Council please explain what they are going to do to prevent any further unnecessary deaths? Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Conor O'Luby for his question, and indeed thank you for raising his concerns regarding the netting over the thatched buildings on Bridge Street. We're currently reviewing the legislative position on this, although would highlight that the Council may not have any control over installation of netting, as it appears a matter of how individuals want to maintain their own private property. We understand the concern, however, and have therefore referred the matter to Natural England as a lead for protection on the natural environment, and who may have greater influence on this matter at a national level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Roger West has submitted a public question on a plaque for the Indian Army. Would you like to ask your question, Mr. West, and Councillor Kelsey will respond.
Mr. Chairman, I hope you can understand me.
I can, Councillor West, but should the sound system be inadequate for clarity at this end of the room, Mrs. Tompkins will be able to assist you should you request it.
Thank you very much, Secretary.
Good to see you.
It is not generally recognised the great debt we owe the Indian Army. The highest position in Europe at the beginning of the Great War was of the utmost importance. In Bournemouth, you have the opportunity to right this wrong. In November 2014, the Mount Drury Hotel, now Bournemouth Town Hall, was taken over by the government and became a hospital for Indian soldiers. Would you agree with me that this fact should be recognised by having a plaque fitted near the entrance? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. West. For the sake of the record, if you'll indulge us, I am going to ask Mrs. Tompkins to read it out, because this will go out on YouTube and we want to make sure that all the points you've made are carried over. Would you be agreeable to that, Mr. West?
Very kind of you.
Thank you very much indeed. And then I will ask Councillor Kelsey to respond. So, Mrs. Tompkins, if you could read that for us.
Many thanks, Chairman. To clarify the public question from Roger West, it is not generally recognised the great debt we all owe to the Indian Army. Their courage, particularly in Europe at the beginning of the Great War, was of the utmost importance. In Bournemouth, you have an opportunity to right this wrong. In November 2014, the Mont Doré Hotel, now Bournemouth Town Hall, was taken over by the government and became a hospital for Indian soldiers. would you agree with me that this fact should be recognised by having a plaque fitted near the entrance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Tompkins. Councillor Kelsey, if you'd care to respond to Mr West, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr West, for your question. The building in question was the Mont d'Or Hotel, but in 1914 it was taken over by the War Office to become a hospital for injured soldiers who served with the Indian Army Corps. In 1915 it became the British Military Hospital, and in 1916 it accepted Anzac troops. In 1917 it became a convalescence home for British officers. As we can see, the building has served many nationalities and faiths. I believe that there is already a plaque inside the entrance, but I will check this, and I will also look into whether one can be placed outside to commemorate its usage as a military hospital for all services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. As we're rapidly approaching the limit for this section, I'll allow one more question, and this is from Susan Chapman. Susan Chapman has submitted a public question on climate change. She's unable to attend, and I would ask the Deputy Head of Democratic Services to read it out, and Councillor Mike Green will respond.
Many thanks, Chairman. The public question from Susan Chapman reads as follows. Zero carbon Dorset's vision gives us a chance of heading off the worst of the horror story ahead, as small island nations and much of Africa can sadly already testify. BCP's climate report has strangely not been shared with residents, yet firefighters on our incinerating home are overdue. BCP's plans so far are hopelessly inadequate, and factually survival information for the public is missing. Please can BCP ensure the broadcasting of a public information programme enlightening all that the natural world is in crisis, and that everyone's effort is needed to prevent the collapse of all living systems. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs Tompkins. That brings us to the limit of this section. The last two questions were actually second questions from previous contributors, so I'd ask Democratic Services to enable a written response to be provided within 2 working days as required by the Constitution.
Chairman, do I have to give a response to that question?
Oh, briefly, sorry.
I think Councillor Green was ready to...
Yes, shall we allow Councillor Green? Councillor Green, please, your reply.
Thank you, Chairman, and I thank Mrs Chapman for her question. BCP Council has a robust climate action plan to achieve net zero in its own operations by 2030 and to enable the area as a whole to become carbon neutral by 2050 at latest. Contrary to Mrs Chapman's assertions, the annual report and climate action plan were published last month, extensively challenged, discussed and supported by the Overview and Scrutiny Board in a meeting open to the public, and endorsed by the Cabinet in public too. It is included in today's agenda, and I hope that will be formally adopted by the Council later this evening. Through press releases, email bulletins and BH Life magazine, the Council frequently provides updates and information about climate action in what I believe is an appropriate manner. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green, and I do apologise for preemptively having already heard your statement. Thank you. Statements. Jamie Dunn has a statement that he wishes to make on car parking charges in Upton Country Park. He's confirmed that he would like his statement read out, so I will call upon the Chief Executive to read it out, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a statement from Jamie Dunn. Many residents living near to Upton Country Park's perimeter continually see many users choose not to park in the 2 car parks available, instead finding free residential roads and impacting on accessibility for emergency vehicles. Lowering daily charges to respectable amounts and improved advertising of the yearly £40 charge would see more vehicles using the main car park. Recent summers tend to be a quarter or half full, which I have evidence of. The main reason is high charges for short periods of time. It's understandable why many park in residential roads. I kindly request these charges are reviewed.
Thank you, Chief Executive. John Hartley, the Branch Secretary of Unison, has a statement that he wishes to make on the budget. He has confirmed that he would like his statement read out, so I will call upon the Chief Executive to read it out, please, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a statement from Unison, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Paul Branch. Unison calls on the political leadership of the Council to reconsider its political choice not to raise the base rate of council tax. The government assumes this increase when calculating the local government funding settlement figures for councils. These choices make clear investment in staff is not your priority. Expecting staff to do more with less, while not investing in the workforce, is leaving staff dismayed by your choice not to invest in levelling up wages. Cabinet made budget choices while staff are expected to deliver the big plan. The staff need fair pay now, not in 2024. That was a statement from Unison.
Thank you, Chief Executive. And C, petitions, none have been received for this meeting. Agenda item 6, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Council is asked to consider the recommendations which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I would like to highlight there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and are therefore not before Council. Item 6A, Cabinet 12th of January 2022, minutes number 113, Council Tax, Tax Base 2022-2023. Councillor Mellor, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm more than happy to move this paper. It's a paper we see every year, technical in its nature. It's something we have to do in advance of setting the looking at the budget paper further on the agenda. So what this does is it calculates and presents the proposed council tax base for council tax setting purposes. And very happy to listen to any debate or take any questions as members see fit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. I understand, Councillor Broadhead, you wish to second the move.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very happy to second.
Thank you. Members, open to debate. Could you indicate? You wish to anybody wish to contribute? Shall we move straight to the vote, please? And that can be by consensus, show of hands. Thank you. Thank you. And any abstentions? Any against? Thank you. It's carried. Item 6B, Cabinet 12th of January 2022, minute number 117, Climate Action Annual Report 2020-2021. Councillor Mike Green, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Mark Anderson to second the move. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm asking Council to receive this report as an update on our activities to address the climate and ecological emergency over the period July 2020 to June 21. This has been an unusual year due to the pandemic and also a transitional one. Having started with the £240,000 funding for climate action having been removed from the relevant year's budget by the previous administration and ended under the current administration, which quickly reinstated that funding. That hiatus, and I'm stating this as an explanatory fact rather than to make a political point, unfortunately caused significant disruption to the creation of a suitably sized team to really tackle the problem as we need. Nevertheless, the headline figures are encouraging, showing the Council's own emissions declining by 11% and area-wide emissions reducing by 3.7% for the most recent year available. A word of caution, though, about celebrating too early. The area-wide data is the change from 2017 to 2018, before BCP was even in existence as a local authority. And while the true fall in the Council's own emissions is likely to prove greater than the 11% once the contribution from leased out buildings is updated, just how much the pandemic will have pushed down the numbers we don't yet know. So I would suggest it's more like 2 cheers for ourselves, but let's wait to see if we deserve the third. The second recommendation is that Council supports the adoption, ongoing development and delivery of the BCP Climate Action Plan. It's based on the draft plan agreed by the Council in 2019, tweaked according to emerging guidance, primarily from Friends of the Earth, and in response to the extensive public engagement exercise we ran early last year. It also reflects a shift in priorities towards achieving the largest possible reduction in emissions for the least possible cost to the council taxpayer, while still recognising the non-financial benefits of some actions. The individual actions are now divided into 5 themes, And for each of these themes, I have a cross-party portfolio holder support group to help me monitor and, if necessary, modify the actions to ensure we meet our overall targets. And you'll see we've also introduced RAG status for each action to assist us and to increase transparency. This is not an action plan for car haters or pet haters. It is a comprehensive, structured and achievable plan for us to achieve our twin targets of net zero emissions by 2030 for the Council itself and 2050 at latest for the BCP area as a whole, and I urge Council to give it our unanimous support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Mark Anderson to second the move, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to second this paper. It explains clearly what we're doing to try and just address some of the issues, and I'd like to mention some of the things we are doing. The Urban Tree Challenge Fund made possible the planting of nearly 5,000 native trees in several locations across the area with the help of local volunteers. We reduced the distance our waste travels, meaning that a proportion of our residual stream is treated locally to produce compost-like output for land reclamation. The remainder goes to a new energy for waste plant in Somerset. Our green, wood, food waste and street sweepings will continue to be treated and recycled locally. The 3 companies that manage over 94% of our waste have all made zero or negative carbon emission declarations. BCP Council's waste collection vehicles are trialling a new fuel, hydro-treated vegetable oil, HVO. This is an advanced, renewable and sustainable fuel that offers a 90% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. The fuel is created by collecting cooking oil waste and putting it through a hydro-treatment process before reusing it in diesel vehicles rather than disposing it to landfill. HVO is a drop-in fuel, so it doesn't require any modification to vehicles, and we should have a substantial reduction in our CO2 emissions for the fleet just by using HVO. I urge Council Chairman to adopt and support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Broadhead, I think you were the first to indicate you'd wish to contribute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really happy to support this paper. One of the recommendations that comes forward as part of this plan is for BCP Council to join the UK 100 Club, something which I'm really pleased that we're actually taking on. For those of you that don't know what the UK 100 Club is, it's a network of really highly ambitious government leaders and local government leaders and councils around the country, which are looking to, like us, devise and implement plans for this transition to clean energy, but to do it in a way that's ambitious, cost-effective and crucially takes the public and businesses with them. As we all know, the Conservative UK government passed legislation in 2019 to get greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. We've declared our own climate and ecological emergency, and I think it's absolutely brilliant that we're now joining some of the very best others in the country about how to do this in a combined and collective way so that we can go as quick as possible and as smart as possible as well. And I think one of the real benefits about being members of that club, Mr. Chairman, are some of the doors that it opens up to us. That group already facilitates a number of national dialogues and conversations with other senior politicians, other senior councils, also world-leading businesses and industry that's now focused not just on doing climate change because it's a good thing to do, but also because it's now becoming the commercially savvy thing to do as well. The group also enables us to share knowledge, ideas, evidence and recommendations with others who are at the vanguard of this around the country. So I think this will open a lot of doors to make sure that we can do this properly. One other point I would make, Mr. Chairman, is that although this is a piece of work which is underway, we all signed up to this pretty much collectively, that the work of addressing our climate and ecological emergency doesn't just stop with this paper. It can and should permeate down to every single part of what we do as a local authority and indeed as an area. And a few of the things that we're doing outside of this paper I think are also worth highlighting too. We talk a lot about the climate side of the climate and ecological emergency, but of course there is also the ecological side as well. And I'm really proud that only a few months ago we took forward our paper on the back of the government's environment bill, which was passed in November, to make sure that we are going to be one of the first councils in the whole country to embed biodiversity net gain into everything that we do. A reminder, that's a 10% biodiversity net gain over an extended 30-year period that very soon when we adopt this will have to take place on every single development that comes forward in the future, showing that we're not just caring about greenhouse gases but also caring about nature as well. We're also embedding that climate and ecological emergency firmly within the local plan work that will be starting later on this year. We're already in the midst of our issues and options consultation, which is an early steer that we're getting about some of the crucial parts that we'll have to consider as part of the local plan that's out at the moment. That was part of a cross-party working group that I'm really pleased to work with members across this room to put together to get that steer. And climate and ecological emergency is one of the central 10 areas that we're considering as part of that as well. And of course, it's all about the money as well, isn't it, Mr. Chairman? I'm really pleased that we are standing in front of a budget that we'll be considering shortly that goes further than any other, certainly council that we know of in the country in terms of our commitment to the climate and ecological emergency, with a £10 million Green Futures Fund that we'll be hoping to approve today. So really happy to support and hope we can get support unanimously across this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Toby Johnson, you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. There is a part of this action plan that I believe has been gravely overlooked and should be commended. That is the introduction of, without question, the most generous home insulation grant scheme by a local authority in the country. Under this scheme, based on household income and your house's EPC rating, residents will be able to apply for a grant to bring your house's efficiency up to either the national average at grade D, or if that is not possible, at least the highest possible achievable rating. This is applicable to any homeowner or private tenant named on their energy bills whose home has an EPC rating of E or below. In a time of such growing unpredictability surrounding energy bills, such things disproportionately affect those households with lower incomes. That we as an administration can offer such a uniquely generous grant will mean that applicants with a household income of up to £42,900 are likely to receive a 100% grant to fund newly installed insulation. This kind of insulation has been shown to save around £300 a year when comparing insulated properties against those that were uninsulated. To those households with a lower income, that £300 is a huge step towards keeping or making their bills affordable. Those with higher incomes may also be eligible for a grant at step levels to ensure that as many people as possible can receive some level of help in insulating their homes. And we as an administration can therefore reap the benefits as people in BCP will have more efficient houses, helping us combat the ever-growing climate crisis. 40% of emissions come from our homes. If we can shrink that number, we should. This scheme kills two birds with one very weighty stone. Not only does it help us further our quest to make our conurbation more efficient and therefore greener, but it also helps protect our residents from the rising bill costs that have so dominated the news recently. With my lead member for Levelling Up hat on, it is also fantastic to see this administration put schemes like this in place, which go towards combating the infrastructural inequalities which all members who attended the recent Levelling Up seminar highlighted as something that desperately needs to be addressed. And I'm delighted to support this administration in putting this plan in place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Slade, I gather you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really important that we stop repeating lies. The previous administration did not remove any funding. What they did was paused and increased
Councillor Slade, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I did say, and I must be true to my words at the beginning, certain phrases and words that you've just used.
Oh, is it now banned to call a lie a lie? Seriously?
I would prefer it if you could use a different form of wording for that,
Okay, I will
please.
use a different form of wording.
I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
It is about time we stopped repeating continual mistruths. Is that better?
I would say that it's better.
Well, it's the best you're going to get, I'm afraid, Mr. Chair, because the previous administration made a funding commitment about 3 weeks before a global pandemic and made the brave decision to put this council first and its residents first, to pause our political priorities whilst we sat through a global pandemic. We didn't... Sorry, I think the leader was mumbling under his breath.
I didn't hear that.
Well, that's lucky.
Councillor Slade, please continue. Please continue.
We worked through a global pandemic and we were removed from office by the other side under very odd circumstances, whilst we still had not had clarity about the replacement of our funding as a council. As the Section 151 officer will confirm, it was fortuitous that about 2 weeks after the change of administration, the funding was restored and additional funding was able to be found. Had that not happened, The funding that was paused, and if you refer to the other papers that we're going to see tonight, it actually states that it was paused, not removed, would have returned. However, I make that point because I am fed up of every opportunity people repeating an incorrect matter. However, what I do want to correct from what was said about 20 minutes ago was that the Overview and Scrutiny Board welcomed but did not agree with the climate plan. They agreed with the actions, but they did not agree that the climate plan was a climate plan. They actually agreed that it was a list of tasks. And what I'm really disappointed that the portfolio holder did not mention and did not reference is that we then brought a very significant set of recommendations back to the portfolio holder, not in time for his cabinet meeting, because we actually had to have our meeting curtailed and reconvene. But in that recommendation, we made it very clear that it was a surface-only list of actions, that it was missing a strategy, that it was missing a risk assessment. We welcomed the excellent appointment by Kate Ryan of Dr. Matthew Montgomery as a head of climate, and we actually acknowledged that in order for him to do the job well, we should not set out a list of things that we wanted to be done. We should allow him, as the head of climate and as the expert in his field, to determine how we took it forward before it came back to scrutiny in September. And I'm really disappointed that the portfolio holder, when he made his introduction, made no reference to that very substantial cross-party recommendation that came from Overview and Scrutiny, because I felt that it was made in very good faith, was made by every member of that committee, and added huge amounts of value to what will go forward as a climate plan. So I do agree that everybody in the council supports the progress on reaching net zero. What we don't agree on is that this climate plan is the full picture.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. And I did interrupt you, so I did allow you some leeway to finish. Thank you. You indicated to me that the leader, I think, had made a comment. Is this an opportunity, Councillor Mellor, would you like to elucidate?
No, perfectly comfortable, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bull, I gather you indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, I did. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officers who have done such good work with limited resources. The previous officers who are now part of the expanded team that I'd like to welcome under Dr. Montgomery. Looking forward to seeing how he can progress this. Looking at the report, there's a very small point regarding the reduction in emissions, which of course is welcome. I'm not entirely sure whether the increase due to council employees working at home has been accounted for fully in that. But as I say, that's not a big point. Time is short. We have just seen last week the effects of weather locally. Interesting to see where there was flooding in 50 years' time. Will those places still be there, or will they be underwater with the rising water levels? The increase in so-called unique weather events that are increasingly not unique, not once in a lifetime, not once in 20 years, should make it clear to us all how important it is to address this situation. The decision of this council to declare a climate and ecological emergency in July 2019 was very important. But what is more important is actions. This report is to be welcomed. It's good to see resources allocated and to see that more work will be done on this. I'm not quite ready to give 3 cheers. I think we're far too early for that, but in due course, let's see. Continued and more action, which, as quoted from the IPCC report in this paper, needs to be ambitious and transformational.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Rice, I gather you indicated next, please.
Thank you. Yes, I also would agree that we're not in a position to be suggesting any cheers, actually. I would just like to emphasise the severity of the situation that we're part of, and I would like to thank Sue Chapman for some of her emails, and the comments and statements that she makes to full council. They are extreme, they sound horrendous, but that's the type of language that is appropriate to be using. And it leads on to a request. When I was a cabinet member for climate change, I didn't manage to arrange for training for all councillors at the time. And I would really, really appreciate if Councillor Mike Green would be able to commit to arranging training for councillors, because we're all on different wavelengths when it comes to the climate crisis, and it would be really helpful to get some professional training for us all, since every single committee that we're on has an impact on the carbon footprint of every decision that they're making. And so I would love for him to be able to commit to some training for councillors, in addition to everything else that's in the report, within 4 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hadley, I think you indicated next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Again, some of what I was going to say has been said. It is regrettable that, at the same time as saying it's not party political, to raise particular points, and I think it's really important that we did all agree the importance of this agenda, and the introduction to the report highlights, the recognition that this is a human-driven global catastrophe that's heading towards us very fast now. It's only 8 years away, this target, and actually less than 10% change is not a lot. And so, and I think that was recognised. The other thing that is difficult is I've been criticised before for coming to full council and mentioning things because they should have been said at a previous forum. And this is a good example where it was covered at overview and scrutiny at Cabinet and at Council, but the papers remain unchanged. So things like the largest factor within the report is around the leased buildings, but it actually covers 3 items. And so it hides detail that would be really useful to split out. That recommendation was accepted by the portfolio holder, but the report remains unchanged. So it's really difficult to know how we can actually influence some of these things in train to get to a significant place. But I've been trying to work on the climate issue for decades, and I worked with the Borough of Poole climate lead officer over a decade ago when he was doing things like putting the solar panels on the roof of the civic car park at Poole, and a number of other projects which he involved the community in. This stuff, has been going on for a very long time. We've got to move really fast. And my plea, and is we collectively need to get our skates on and really push for this, because climate is getting more extreme, as has been said, and our there's no point in fighting about it. We collectively sink as a species. The ecological bit is as important as the carbon bit if we don't act together and act fast. So I welcome the report. I think it's very much a start point. It sounds like Dr. Montgomery is a great asset to have, and I hope that we can use him to the full and develop a full report and work down from the target in terms of what do we actually need to do to get to the target, rather than the shopping list we started off with. And we started off with that collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Any more Councillor Burton?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is quite a short minor point, and many will find it quite pedantic, really. But just for clarity, on page 68, the tables there, the units, kilowatt hours, the watt, SI unit of power, named after James Watt, therefore should be a capital W, as all units named after people are. Would it be possible to have that changed?
Thank you for that contribution. I know that's been noted, and I will be checking. Thank you. Anybody else would like to contribute before I ask the proposer to sum up? Can I ask the proposer to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank all members for their contribution to the debate. Without challenge from those who feel we're devoting too much resource to fighting climate change, concerned about promotion of car-free developments and spending too much on energy-saving schemes, I fear that we'd be doing too little. Without challenge from those, some of them we said this evening, who feel we're devoting too little resource to fighting climate change, that we should be forcing cars off the road and telling people what pets they should get, I fear we'd be doing too much. Because if we are to achieve these ambitious emissions targets, we cannot do it alone. We're going to need the support of our residents, businesses and other stakeholders, and to get that, we need balance. This is a long and difficult journey, and if you push too hard, you're not going to get the widespread support you need, and you're going to fail as a result. Thank you, Councillor Slade, for your interesting interpretations, but also thank you to all of ONS for their contributions. We are already doing, or intending to do, pretty much everything contained in those recommendations, apart from, as Councillor Bull mentioned, including working from home under the Council's own emissions. And the reason for that is because we're strictly obeying the national APSI guidelines for carbon accounting, and they don't. Should those guidelines change, so will we. Thank you, Toby, for highlighting the home insulation grant that we've recently introduced. I also believe that it's the most comprehensive and generous of any local authority in the country, and I think it shows our dedication to both tackling emissions from buildings and also protecting the finances of our residents who really need it, understanding that it's not just the lowest earners. Thank you, Mark, for pointing out what a tremendous contribution to carbon savings being made by our fleet's fuel change and our move towards electrifying the fleet. It's a great example of how we're prepared to spend a little bit more to make a big difference. And also thank you, Deputy Leader, for talking about our efforts to join UK 100, which recognises that we are a leader in the field. And in fact, I'm hoping that we'll go further and be one of the premier group within that that's able to bring forward our area's net zero target to 2045. I think our inclusion as only one of 11 areas in the UK, 95 in the world, to get an A rating from the Carbon Disclosure Project really demonstrates what we're achieving. Fighting climate change has to be a real team effort. So thank you to all those across the political spectrum who are working within the portfolio holder support groups. And with a quick action to rescue the funding situation by this Conservative administration and the huge boost we're going to get when tonight's budget's hopefully passed, we've now got a fantastic and well-resourced officer team headed up by Dr. Matt Montgomery, who's been mentioned a couple of times today. And I couldn't end up without thanking them, that team, for the incredible job they're doing and will, I'm sure, continue to do as we move forward in our fight towards those net zero targets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. If there's no more business to be done on that one, then if we move to the vote to accept the Climate Action Annual Report 2021-22 by consensus. Could I have a show of hands in favour, please? Thank you. Could we see those abstaining, those against, please? And those abstaining? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Item 6C, Cabinet, 9th of February 2022. Minute number 129, 2021-22 budget, monitoring quarter 3. Councillor Mellor, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, we've got a heavier agenda this evening, so I'll be brief. This has been to overview and scrutiny and to Cabinet. The summary is this is a really positive update, Chair. We still had a very challenging year, particularly related to around one-off pressures through COVID, but we're moving towards a balanced or better budget position, and we now confidently looking towards delivering a surplus in year. I think it's really worth just pausing briefly to thank all officers and in particular finance team who have done an amazing job in terms of the work on that budget performance. We've had significant pressure across our services, and we've still delivered well and now back into an expected surplus position. I just note also, Chair, we need to the recommendations say we need to formally approve the capital vehement, so I bring those to members' attention and look forward to members' comments as they see fit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Broadhead, I understand you wish to second the move.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing further to add except to say, to echo Councillor Mellor's points, that it's a great position to be in of looking forward to having a surplus for this year's outturn.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Any councillors wish to contribute to this? Councillor Cox, please, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's only the leader really that could say that this is a positive update when actually it's a reverse of that, and shows that there's been a significant turnaround in the council's finances. If you care to look at paragraph 4, you'll see there that there's been a failure to control costs within the council. There's a failure to make transformational savings within the council, and there's a £5 million write-off of an existing special purpose vehicle. These are not positive updates. These are pretty negative as far as I'm concerned, and it highlights. Paragraph 5 highlights that they're all being covered by one-offs. So all the pressures that are there in paragraph 4, they're not being covered by new revenue. They're being covered by one-offs. So next year it's going to be worse. So how this can possibly be called positive, I have really no idea. It's the cabinet members' duty to take responsibility for their own budgets, and I'm afraid at the moment they clearly aren't, and that is the basis of the whole budget.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Any other members wish to contribute? Okay, could I call on the proposer to sum up, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, again, I'll be brief. I think, you know, there is a prudence in relation to what we're actually doing. You know, you talk about write-off. That's a prudent thing to be doing, and this is a prudent approach and financial management that we're taking. You know, this has been a challenging year, and we've met it full on. The net position is a surplus. So the net of all of these things is again record investment in our services and delivering a surplus. Chair, we've made positive choices around our transformation programme. You know, we inherited an MTFP that was looking for a £15 million saving on transformation in this year before we'd had the opportunity to do any of the material work around it. So we are able to make those positive choices. We didn't need to rip £15 million of cost outside of this organisation. And then we look forward to what we look to the budget we look to later. For the first time, as long as I've been a councillor in Dorset, that we're looking towards a largely balanced medium-term financial position over 5 years. So it isn't just a solid performance in this year in challenging circumstances. It's a prudent and well-managed financial performance over the next 5 years. And I'm very happy to move, as I said, a positive performance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. So if we can go to the vote, please, to accept the budget monitoring quarter 3. If we can go for the votes in favour, please. Votes for. Show of hands. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And those against? Abstentions? 4 abstentions. Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. The following recommendations from the Cabinet meeting held on the 9th of February 2022 relate to the budget, and therefore members are reminded that under Regulation 2 of the Local Authorities Standing Orders England Amendment Regulations 2014, votes taken at key budget decisions meetings must be recorded in the minutes. I will therefore ask the Chief Executive to take a recorded vote on the following recommendations from the Cabinet the 9th of February 2022 as they relate to key budget decisions. So item 6D, Cabinet 9th February 2022, minute number 130, Housing Revenue Account HRA Budget Setting 2022-2023. Councillor Rampton, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Mellor to second the move. Councillor Rampton.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. The Housing Revenue Account, the HRA Budget Setting Report, will be a familiar paper to many as it comes to Council every February. To remind members, the HRA is a separate account from the General Fund. It ring-fences the income and expenditure associated with the Council stock in Bournemouth and Poole, which consists of some 9,500 rented properties, plus 1,100 leasehold and a small number of low-cost ownership properties, with a combined rent roll of £45 million. This report seeks approval for the proposed budget and the proposals for rent, service charge and other charges to tenants and the plans for expenditure for 2022-23. The HRA delivers against a number of corporate objectives, new homes, energy efficiency measures and engagement with residents, to name just a few. The income to the HRA can only be spent on services to residents, management of their homes and provision of new homes for our future tenants and leaseholders. It's important this level of income is maintained and maximised to support the 30-year plan. We need new homes, and the development of homes within the HRA will help our council priority to deliver at least 1,000 homes of mixed tenure in the next 5 years. The strategic objectives of the HRA are as previously and are outlined at paragraph 73 in your report. The 3 key areas for 22-23 are at paragraph 75, revenue income, revenue expenditure and capital expenditure. The key recommendations of the report are at paragraphs 78 to 184 in your report, and I'll mention 1 or 2 if I may, Mr. Chair. It's proposed that dwelling rents increase by 4.1%, which is a formula of CPI plus 1%, and that's in line with most other local authorities. This is an average increase of less than £4 per week and will only affect some of our residents, as around 68% are in receipt of universal credit or housing benefit, which help with their housing costs. Residents pay service charges for items such as heating, communal power, gardening and cleaning. Members will note that an increase of 22.6% has been applied to charges for communal heating and power, and this reflects the increases in energy costs. But it is proposed that we cap this to offer protection to our residents from the energy price increases of 50% plus, as residents who receive their energy through a communal supply are not protected by the price cap. This mitigation does mean a loss to the HRA of approximately £120,000 of income, but it does offer our residents protection from increasing costs, and there is also additional support available to residents through winter fuel payments and the Household Support Fund. In the planned maintenance programme, you will note the Council will spend up to £15 million improving our homes. The HRA supports several corporate objectives through the provision of new homes, supporting engaging with residents and making homes more energy efficient. We've set aside £1 million additional money to kickstart an investment in energy efficiency programmes as approved, and will deliver work to ensure we get the most for our residents. Appendix 6 sets out how up to £48 million will be spent providing new homes and other major projects such as Project Admiral and Cynthia House. Delivery plans for each neighbourhood are in Appendices 7 and 8, and these set out the actions for 22-23, and subject to future approval of the housing management model, these delivery plans for each neighbourhood will then align into one programme. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sincerely thank all of our officers involved in compiling such an excellent report. A great deal of work has gone into it. I'm seeking Council approval for the recommendations as set out at A, Roman 1 to 7, B, Roman 1 and 2, and at C. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. I'm always happy to allow a few extra seconds when officers are being thanked. I'm sure they appreciate that. Councillor Mellor to second the move, please.
Yeah, very happy to second, Chair, and I reserve my right to speak if there's a debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, any contributions to the debate from members, please? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Rampton for a brilliant summary of all of the amazing work that's happening throughout our council housing programme. I just thought it would be worth highlighting. Councillor Rampton mentioned a few of the projects that we're mentioning in that we're progressing in Appendix 6 around how we're absolutely stepping up to the plate in terms of our council house delivery programme going forward, and indeed our new programme, the CNAS council house delivery programme, will really help us take us to the next level, not just in providing the numbers but also the quality of council housing stock that we really desperately need in this area. A few examples that we've taken through recently, we've spoken tonight about the climate and ecological emergency, both our Cabbage Patch car park scheme and also the Luckham Road council housing scheme, which I was pleased to welcome the first residents into only a couple of weeks ago, are at the real cutting edge of our climate action work and making sure that these homes are as efficient as possible, which in these days of rising energy costs I think is more important than ever before. And indeed the Luckham Road development not only complies to Passive House standards but also is the very first of our developments that have ground source heat pumps, which is a really innovative technology which I still don't completely understand, Mr. Chairman. We've then got our Princess Road development, which is now going through final approval. This is a proper mixed-use development in the full use of that phrase, protecting some of our most vulnerable, providing plenty of affordable homes, and also being one of the first in a while that includes a hostel element as well, so looking after those that are really at the edge of being the most vulnerable. And talking about the most vulnerable, only a few months ago we also approved finally the plans for our Herbert Avenue development, which again will help some of those people that are finding themselves in the unfortunate position of being without a home to not just have a safe roof over their head, but have a way forwards to get them into long-term accommodation in the future. And then last but not least, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the Planning Board for passing the Hillbourne school site recently, which is an amazing scheme of 100% affordable homes, including many houses that will help some of those that really need our help to find a roof over their heads as well. So these are just a little summary of some of the plans that we've got, but really looking forward to seeing more in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Anybody, any more contributions to the debate, please? None indicated. So could I call the proposer to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing much to add.
Thank you. We go to the vote. For those in favour, please indicate. Sorry?
It needs to be a recorded vote.
I beg your pardon.
Chief
Executive, I'll hand over to you for the recorded vote.
Thank you. It just needs to be a recorded vote. I'm just conscious that reading out the names of 67 or so councillors, is there anybody voting against the motion or abstaining? In which case, can I just... sorry, Councillor Slippery.
Mr. Chairman, only because I've only just arrived and wasn't at the beginning of the debate am I abstaining, for no other reason.
Okay, is anybody else... In that case, can I just refer to the monitoring officer and confirm that I'd be okay to record all those present as voting in favour, apart from Councillor Stribley? Okay, in which case, that would probably save us about 10 minutes of the meeting, Chairman, if that's okay.
I'm sure we all agree to that. Thank you. Thank you very much, members. Thank you. Item 6E, Cabinet, 12th of February 2022, minute number 133, mainstream schools and early years funding formula. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor White to second the move. Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. This paper sets out the way in which the dedicated schools grant, totalling £322 million, is to be distributed, complying with national requirements and local preferences within a prescribed financial envelope. The overall funding available comes directly from central government and covers most of the educational sector, funding mainstream schools to Year 11, special schools and early years settings, as well as bespoke educational packages for children with special educational needs and disabilities, and some central functions required to support the education sector, including admissions. At first sight, an increase in spending of £23 million stands out as a significant sum, and it is indeed welcome. However, in recognising that this will have a positive impact in our mainstream schools, it needs to be considered in the wider context of the historic and ongoing deficit within our high needs block, which is the part of the grant which funds the needs of children and young people with educational, health and care packages, some of which are very costly. In making their recommendations, the Schools Forum wanted to support the early years sector, recognising the huge positive impact that early diagnosis of a child's additional needs can have for that child, and indeed the negative outcome of undiagnosed need later on as the child passes through their school years. They further recognise the pressures which particularly face many of the providers within that sector who are private, voluntary and independent organisations and who don't have the ability to cross-subsidise with both staffing and expertise. Members are aware that considerable work is ongoing to address the challenges within the high needs block. BCP is not alone in feeling this pressure, as it's been a long-standing concern for the sector across the country, and the Local Government Association continue to lobby on behalf of councils. Our local approach this year has been to establish a high needs block recovery board chaired by the Chief Executive, with a focus on reducing the deficit and the ongoing pressures by a variety of means. This dovetails with practice improvements and a wider sectoral partnership, co-production with parents and carers at its heart, led by the SEND Improvement Board's independent chair. It further draws on both the findings and the recommendations of the appreciative inquiry, which
which I took to Cabinet in the autumn. It links with the SEND capital investment approved by Council, which is being focused on the delivery of high-quality school places for children and young people with additional needs in the heart of our communities. We're grateful for the expressions of interest we've received to develop ways of keeping our children within our existing schools and academies, limiting the number of those whose needs can only be met by non-local provision. Evaluation is underway, and I look forward to bringing those developments forward in due course. Along with my thanks to the school finance team, my gratitude also goes to our Schools Forum for their forensic understanding of the issues and their determination always to ensure that the needs of our children and young people are at the forefront of any decision to do with funding. And with that, Chairman, I'd like to move recommendations A to D. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I understand, Councillor White, you wish to second the move.
Yeah, happy to second, Mr. Chairman. Nothing to add at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any councillors wish to contribute to the debate, please? Okay, can I call on the proposer to sum up, please?
Nothing to add, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And I'd like to hand over to the Chief Executive for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I ask the same question again? Is anybody voting against or abstaining? Just with a show of hands. Okay, I can see no show of hands, so can I record everybody present as voting in favour, if that's okay with the Council? It's helpful, thank you.
Thank you, members. Item 6F, Cabinet 9th of February 2022, Minute number 128, Budget and Medium Term Financial Plan, MTFP, 2022-2023. At this point, Councillor Dedman, I understand that you have a question to ask on the beach hut proposals, and I call upon you to ask it now. I will then ask Councillor Mellor to respond. Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And can I apologise that I've got a throat infection, so I may be a bit indistinct. So the question is really, on 25th of January, the Daily Echo carried an article headed, Beach Hut Plan Key to BCP Council's Budget Proposal. And as we know, this sets out the plan included in the Cabinet Papers to set up the company to buy BCP Council's beach huts as part of the non-traditional approach in the Conservative administration's budget proposals, which is designed to raise 54 million for the Council. And the article actually said in it, it's the keystone of the whole budget. And the budget plan was, of course, in the public domain, and the newspaper article gave the news to any reader of the Echo. When I was a Christchurch Borough Councillor, I worked very closely with the beach hut associations on the Christchurch estate, and I was contacted by one of the chairs of the beach hut associations, and he informed me that the first he knew of this plan was actually seeing this article in the Echo. And he told me that none of the 5 chairs of the beach hut associations had been informed or consulted. And all the chairs, I'm afraid, were very naturally concerned and angry, both at the news and the way they'd found out about it. And as this plan will, by its very nature, necessitate changes for the beach hut associations, my question is, why was there no communication to these associations about a plan which very closely concerns them? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Mellor, I understand you wish to respond.
Yes, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to. I'd also like to thank Councillor Dedman for her question, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to respond in some detail to the issue she raises. Every budget is underpinned by a number of assumptions about income and expenditure. As we will see in the budget paper later this evening, our assumption is that we need to pay for our council improvement plan to ensure that it is as efficient, productive and accessible as it can be in order to deliver services for our residents. Rather than making an assumption that we will sell assets externally, as was proposed in the past, we are instead proposing to bring forward a plan which not only keeps those assets, but improves them and sets them to work for all of our council taxpayers. Regarding the use of assets that we are proposing, I will take the opportunity to be clear what is proposed and what isn't. It is entirely traditional and business as usual for councils to explore the use of different vehicles to hold and operate its assets, as we do successfully through PHP, Aspire, Tricuro, Seascape, to name a few. Any income generated is restricted to either investment in new capital assets or investment in our transformation programme through this assumption. And our transformation programme will deliver a £50 million year asset in itself. Work is underway in drilling into the detail of a plan, but I must clarify something to save everyone's time. It's possible that members of the minority groups will be speculating at length about an extensive and detailed report from KPMG that the administration does not want to be made public. Let me be clear, such a completed report doesn't exist. As part of exploring whether this new plan, our approach to avoid selling our assets was possible, we undertook a series of workshops which were very much focused on high-level principles, and in doing so we received comfort from KPMG, CIPFA and our external auditor, Grant Thornton, that this approach was valid, legitimate and within our accounting rules. If this external comfort hadn't been delivered, our highly diligent and professional Section 151 officer would not have authorised inclusion in this budget paper. In providing assurance to the residents that Councillor Dedman has spoken to, I would like to set out a process which will follow on from this evening. There is much work to do, and it will involve a number of stakeholders, including the beach hut associations, along with those who are not represented by these groups. A report finalising how we will make this work to the benefit of everyone will be prepared for Cabinet and onwards to overview and scrutiny and Council for approval. Prior to this, I'm sure councillors will be very interested in the proposals, and I will work with the Chairman of Overview and Scrutiny to bring this forward at the earliest opportunity. So in summary, there is an assurance from KPMG and CIPFA that this new plan will be possible and financially correct. The detail will come later, and we'll be working across all parties and stakeholders to flesh out how we can achieve the very best outcome for all.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Devon, supplementary.
Well, I think I'm entitled to a supplementary. Am I, Chairman, or not?
I would like to offer you one, should you wish.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes.
Okay, well, so the question is, well, thank you very much to the leader for that grand exposition of what we're about to look at. But my question was really only on when are the beach hut owners going to be told, or the beach hut associations? And so my question now is, have you actually spoken to them yet? Because I know they want to speak to you.
Thank you, Councillor Devon. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, thank you, and I'm very happy to answer that. Just to be really clear, the beach hut associations will not be told, they will be consulted, and we're planning on bringing forward the report in Q1, so as and when it is in a shape to be consulted upon, we will do that at length. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller, and thank you, Councillor Devon, for allowing that opportunity for clarity. Councillor Miller, I understand that you will move the recommendations and wish to make your budget statement. I call on Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Miller.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. This year's budget sets a new tone and a new direction while building on the foundations which we began in my administration's first budget last year. While reflecting on the immensely challenging time that our communities have experienced over the past 2 years, it is right that we now look ahead, and that we do so with a degree of optimism, ambition and a dogged determination to lead us out of a response to the pandemic, through recovery and into a reimagined future. We are done with looking backwards. It is time to put our pride agenda front and centre. Pride in our place, pride in our people and pride in our future. There is, of course, much granular detail in the budget, which there isn't time to talk about in these 5 minutes. We had a comprehensive discussion at the Overview and Scrutiny Board, where some of that was explored, and I will be happy to respond to any new questions so far as time allows this evening. However, I will pick out the central pillars of this budget in the time I have available. Firstly, our council tax strategy. This administration never forgets whose money it is when making spending plans. We are committed to keeping as much money in our residents' pockets and limiting rises in council tax bills wherever possible. So we have frozen the core council tax this year, rather than impose a 2% rise. Separate from the core is the government's adult social care precept, which recognises the structural pressures which result from caring for the elderly and other adults with significant vulnerabilities. As a result of people living with long-term conditions, including dementia, We lead the country in deferring this last year, preferring to postpone an increase and collect it now alongside the 1% preset for this year, delivering on one of the lowest council tax rises in this country over the 2 years of this administration. We will not simply look to raise taxes and cuts to priorities to fund our services to our most vulnerable residents. The levy raises 8 million, and the amount of this budget commits to adults and children totals in the region of 25 million, demonstrating our commitment to look to the council's own resources before asking the council taxpayer to contribute. This budget answers credibly the question of every resident, what does it mean for me? It means we think very carefully about how we spend money which is raised by council tax and ensure that it delivers on the ambition of our big plan. We are taking care of those in our communities who are least able to look after themselves, and we are enabling those who can and who want to lead projects for their neighbours. We are committing to levelling up, and we are investing in skills to face the modern economy. We are building a seafront which attracts visitors from around the globe while serving the needs of those who live in our communities. We commit to our cleaner, greener, safer agenda, in particular with 10 further accredited community safety officers working in tandem with our business sector and the police. We allocate over 12 million to children's services in this budget and over 12 million to adults who need support. Real money for real priorities. We are bringing forward a massive £20 million Green Futures Fund to invest in our response to the climate emergency, unthinkable in the imagination of previous administrations. We will deliver all of these through a transformed and digitally enabled council, targeting £50 million of recurring savings to the council taxpayer, a cumulative total in the region of £1 billion over the next 20 years. We will do this by avoiding a fire sale of assets. This administration understands the importance of ensuring that our assets grow for our children, and they inherit a legacy which is better than before. We will build our reserves, always mindful of guidance from a chartered institute and auditors who regulate our finances, ensuring that we set aside adequate means for the future. In order to do this, we need a skilled and resourceful group of finance officers, and I would like to personally thank Adam Richards and his team for their support and engagement in preparing this budget. We are also mindful of a debt of gratitude we owe to officers across the conurbation who work daily to provide the services our residents so value. Considering none of the minority groups have put forward alternative ideas or offered up an alternative budget for scrutiny by the Chief Financial Officer, I sincerely hope that they share our optimism and passion that our proposals will unlock a wealth of possibilities for our region whilst protecting the most vulnerable. We're all done with looking backwards, misty-eyed to former fleeting triumphs. This is a forward-looking budget with all of our residents treated fairly and equally. Services delivered by a fit-for-purpose modern council, intervening and supporting where necessary and stepping away from the foreground where individuals and other bodies are best placed to lead.
5 minutes.
It is a budget for children, a budget for care, a budget for council taxpayers and a budget for climate. It is with pride that I commend this budget to colleagues, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Next, for the 5 minutes, is the spokesman, Councillor Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow councillors, well, really, where to start? I want to start by personally thanking Adam Richards for all the time he set aside to help me understand the complexities of this budget and the risks which lie within it.
Councillor Cox, I do apologise. Could we just hold at that one moment, and I will allow you to start again. We'll zero the clock. We need the proposer, please. Seconder. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delighted to second and reserve my right to speak later to make it quicker.
Councillor Cox, please accept my apologies. I was so busy watching the clock and not reading the papers. I'd like you to start from the beginning again. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, fellow councillors, well, where to start? I'll start again. I want to start by personally thanking Adam Richards for all the time he set aside to help me understand the complexities of this budget and the risks that which lie within it. I also want to thank him and his team for all the hard work they put into preparing the budget reports, which is a monumental task in a normal year. However, this is clearly not a normal year. It's not normal to receive millions of pounds of additional and generous funding from central government and still have to withdraw over £30 million from reserves to balance the budget. It's not normal to fail to deliver 70% of your own transformational savings targets. And it's not normal to spend millions of pounds on failed vanity projects like barbecues that don't work, lifts you don't control or own, and tripling the budgeted costs of a fancy new private company while writing off 5 billion in an existing one. And it's certainly not normal to propose capitalising millions of pounds of future income in some immoral Gordon Gekko reverse equity release scheme without a shred of consultation and examination by the overview and scrutiny. All this time, total reserves are getting decimated and our designated schools deficit is ballooning. The Conservative Chancellor of the Exchequer said only the other day that the country must live within its means. And frankly, as a Conservative with a small c accountant, I happen to agree with him. Instead, this so-called Conservative administration are not satisfied with robbing the bank of mum and dad, i.e. our reserves. They are now, like a plague of locusts, moving on to the inheritance of our children and grandchildren, your children and your grandchildren. The cornerstone of this budget is based on a report, or is it just an assurance, from a firm which has just been served with a 1.3 billion negligence claim for allowing management to employ the same risky practices that we find here. To make matters worse, this report, or is it an assurance, is still draft, and councillors have not even had sight of it. Hands up those who've seen it. Well, nobody. He says it's valid, legitimate, and within the rules. So were aggressive tax schemes, and look where that got them. So why is this so-called Conservative administration doing this? In my opinion, there's two simple reasons. Firstly, the Cabinet have failed to take ownership and responsibility for the overspending in the departments which they purport to manage. The independent inspector says as much. Secondly, the Cabinet member responsible for transformation, not someone famed for his grasp of detail, has failed to understand, manage and control the vitally important transformational budgets. In the last year, he's failed to achieve 2/3 of the savings, which only a few months ago he insisted were nailed on. We are now expected to believe that by spending 20 times the current year's savings, i.e. £50 million, we will suddenly discover the infamous magic money tree. It is frankly laughable. And at some point, someone on those benches opposite will realise that the Emperor, Napoleon, has got no clothes on after all. He's naked. He's stark bollock. No, sorry, I won't go there.
Councillor Cox,
that thought
please.
is too frightening.
Could you apologise, please, for that phrase, that word?
Which word? I said but, and then I stopped. The promised savings will not be achieved. The consultants will swan off into the distance with their fat fees, and the political careers of some promising young Conservatives in BCP will bite the dust. Despite all this, there are some good initiatives, such as the Green Futures Fund, which we proposed last year, and the commitment to spending what is needed on our adult and children's services, which we proposed last year, and finally, providing the food waste collections in pool, which, yes, you've guessed it. The administration is perfectly entitled to prioritise what they want, and whilst we have different priorities, we would always prefer to support a budget which balances. We did exactly that last year. However, there are monumental risks in this budget which cannot be reconciled. This budget is not bold, it's reckless. It's not creative, it's just smoke and mirrors. And it's not dynamic, it's dangerous. No councillor who cares about the long-term integrity of BCP's financial position can support this budget. And so therefore, I must with regret oppose it and call for it to be delayed until the full facts are provided to councillors of the risks that are adequately addressed. So thank you for listening, but I would now like to propose a motion from the floor without notice, which I believe the Democratic Services have had and will circulate.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Democratic Services, can I ask you to... Thank you. Got it on your screen. Can you bring it up on your ask you to read it out. We're still waiting for it to arrive for Councillor Cox.
Shall I read it out?
It is permissible for you to read it out, please, Councillor Cox, so I'd invite you to do so.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Much appreciated. The motion without notice under Procedural Rule 10.1.4 to refer this matter to a special meeting of the Council to be held before the 11th of March 2022. As stated in paragraphs 70 to 80 on pages 268 to 270 of the budget, the receipt of the proceeds from the sale of the beach hut revenues for the next 20 years is fundamental to the Council's 2022-23 budget. The advice received from KPMG, and in particular any conditions and inherent risks identified in respect of this proposal, is central to the Council's ability to evaluate this proposal. Despite requests to have sight of this report from KPMG, from the Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny, and opposition councillors, nothing has been received. In view of this lack of information and transparency, this Council defers any budget decision until all councillors are given copies of all relevant reports into the establishment of the new special purpose vehicle, which will pay BCP the relevant proceeds.
Councillor Cox, thank you for that. It has now come through electronically, and what I'm going to do at this point is slightly early call a comfort break adjournment so that the Democratic Services can examine the process so that we're absolutely accurate when we resume. With your indulgence, members. Thank you. Can we give them a time? 10 minutes would be... Thank you, members. Thank you for that adjournment. I'd like to hand over to Chief Executive Mr. Farrant, who will explain the process which brought about the adjournment 10 minutes ago. Mr. Farrant.
Thank you, Chairman. Just having received the wording without notice, I wanted to check the legality of the process and what the process would be for members before they debate that. I will just say that I do think it's unfortunate that a motion of this import was brought forward without advance notice, so that we could have worked out what the process would be at least. But it is the Councillor's entitlement. So, Chairman, do you allow Councillor Cox?
I will call you in a moment, Councillor Cox. Could we just have Mr. Farrant to finish, please, first?
Okay,
Point of order is I did put it in beforehand, and I did clear it with the monitoring officer and the head of democratic services and the section 151 officer.
So I don't think that's a point of order, Chairman. But I'll leave you.
Notice means in writing 2 or 3 days before, according to Ms. Seiss. Councillor Cox.
Chairman, the point I'm making is difficult on an evening like this to make such decisions and get the correct advice in terms of the process, but just to advise members of the process, the KPMG report, if it were to be received, we need to give 5 days notice of a meeting. The schedule is such that in reality the 1st of March is the deadline for getting the council tax bills amended and sent out, or prepared and sent out. The 11th of March is the statutory deadline that would allow for or might require an intervention from the Secretary of State. So we don't have very long to go through a process like this if the Council were minded to approve the agenda. Firstly, we would need to identify by when we would get the report from KPMG. We would need to work out whether we can give 5 days notice of the meeting without that report being circulated or after that. So I would like councillors to consider the timescale in considering this. There would then be a cost to the council in terms of delayed issuing of the direct debits, which we can't estimate at this stage, but we would be in a position to estimate by the time this motion were brought, or the budget were brought back to the council. So I wanted to make those points before the council considers the motion. It is, of course, within the council's gift to consider and approve the motion, but I wanted you to be aware of those constraints. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Cox, did you want to finish that point that I truncated you on at that point?
Well, yes, and I've got another point as well. And the other point, basically,
Your microphone, I think.
The other point is basically that the Chief Executive Officer has just told us there's a report. The leader, a few minutes ago, told us there was no report. We're now expected to vote on a budget where we don't even know if there is a report or there isn't a report. This is getting farcical, frankly, and that's why I wanted it deferred.
Thank you, Councillor Cox.
We go to the vote.
Yeah.
To seek to confirm that there's a report.
Chairman, just to confirm, there is no report received from KPMG that is finalised. I'm talking about if we were to receive a finalised report from KPMG.
Right, so I'm looking for a seconder for Councillor Cox's, Councillor Denman, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm very happy to second, and I'd just like to say a few words about the concerns that there are about the budget and why I think to defer for more information is right. I know alarm bells are going off all over the conurbation from the residents, and I've spoken to many. One of them's a senior banker, impeccable credentials, and a member of the Conservative Party. And he told me that this budget is financial engineering and goes against all good financial practice. And I think our residents deserve better than a council whose budget is built on shifting sands, quite literally, shifting sands and beach huts. And I had a call from a really worried and furious Bournemouth resident just this afternoon, giving me her very robust views against these plans. And incidentally, she was a Conservative. So we see very little trust in this administration's budget, either in the council chamber or within our communities. And how on earth can we even consider this budget when we haven't seen the workings out? At overview and scrutiny, when I challenged the leader for the information on the beach hut borrowing, He told me the detail was all in his head. There was not a written business plan. Well, I'm afraid that what is in his head is not good enough for me. These are ideas which will land us in our communities with debt stretching over the years. And how can we agree without the knowledge and the documentation which the councillors should have? So I'm very happy to second this amendment to defer the budget until we have all the proper and necessary information to base our judgment on. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Right, so councillors, please indicate if you'd like to contribute to this debate. You have 3 minutes. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I like a lot of this budget. I like a lot of things in it. I like the low tax. I like the contribution to children's additional money to children's services. I really like the cleaner, greener, safer. I like the contribution or additional funding going into climate. So there's an awful lot I like about it, and in principle I've no problem with supporting the budget. What I do have a problem with is the proposal that underpins the financial strategy of the council. Now I have to say that in principle I've got nothing against using assets to grow businesses. You know, that's normal. You know, you use your assets to the best ability and grow businesses in that way. But what's worrying me is the scale of it, the absolute scale of what's being proposed here. And it does really underpin the future strategy of the council for the next few years.
Councillor Bartlett, at this particular point, if you'd allow me to interrupt you,
Yes.
what we're debating now is the deferment of the budget.
I'm coming on to that, Chair.
I thought you were, but I just thought I'd bring
Yes.
that back in line for my own safety. Thank you.
So just to put this in perspective, what we're talking about is a benefit ratio of 100 to 1. We're turning basically £100 million into £1 billion of benefit over the 20-year period. Now that sounds really good, but is it too good to be true? And this is what worries me. And it's not just that, it's also the warning stamps all over this budget report. Red flags through it from clearly coming from our 151 officer who's prepared the report. There's lots of warnings in there for us. And so this has unnerved me, I have to say. What unnerved me even further was when I requested the information that underpins and informs this budget, I've not been allowed to get access to it. It's not been published as a key decision on the forward plan. A key decision then gives an opportunity for overview and scrutiny to really look at the detail of what's being proposed. So whilst we have discussed it briefly at overview and scrutiny, we've not gone and delved into the detail of it. Now, I do welcome the leader's comments regarding his willingness to really get this through overview and scrutiny in the very near future. But to take a decision of this magnitude without all of our members being informed of what's really behind it, I think, frankly, it's unreasonable. And for that reason, I will actually support this proposal because we do need to... I was going to support it, but unfortunately I do not wish to put the council through the difficulties that it will face in getting the budget approved within the timescales that we've now been informed about. If it had not been for that difficulty, I would, without hesitation, have supported Councillor Cox's motion, because it is entirely unreasonable to expect all of us here to pass this budget without us understanding what the risks involved in the proposal are. And I think it's been handled extremely poorly by the administration. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Any... yes, Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Members outside of the administration are being asked to approve a budget based upon several key assumptions and without sight of key documents that underpin savings projections. In the open world, this is not how things are done. The risk to our residents and the council cannot be quantified. The initial transformation report from KPMG was presented in a full public cabinet meeting in November 2019 by the previous administration. This was based on a corporate strategy that was also publicly consulted upon. The current administration do not propose to change this corporate strategy, appreciating the public's involvement in preparing it. Our residents deserve an open and transparent council where budget schemes and other proposals have had full consultation and engagement. As this is not the case, how can we trust the Tories with our futures when they do not provide basic information that affects residents and communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Councillor Hadley, I think you indicated, pardon me if I slipped the order there.
That's fine, thank you, Chair. Whether the Conservative administration commissioned work with KPMG and SIPFA, or whether a draft report exists, and I'm afraid I'm left uncertain about that by the what the chief executive said, because he seems to suggest that there is a draft report. It's still clear guidance on which the whole of this is based. And the fact that we haven't seen that suggests that it contains further information that should be of concern to us and our residents. But also, the government clearly stated in a written answer to Christopher Chope that local authorities should not create companies to circumvent the requirements of the capital framework. Yet the BCP Council leader knows better. This is an unconventional, poorly conceived approach underpinning the budget. We need greater clarity for our public, and our public, frankly, should not be used as a cash cow to create a single year surplus and put us through 20 years of increased debt and reduced revenue. And I think it needs more clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. In the order that they were received, indicated from Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we can be clear, we can be absolutely clear. Council has been supported in this matter by KPMG, and the model has been referred to SIPFA Consultancy and the external auditor for consideration. A separate formal report will be brought back to the Council for approval in the first quarter of the 22-23 financial year, following the further due diligence and including value for money assessments that will be forthcoming. But we also need to be clear that early advice and feedback recognise the reasonableness of the financial accounting aspects of this proposal. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable as an assumption. All budgets are based on significant assumption for the purposes of producing a balanced budget. And like any assumption underpinning a budget, and I'll give you an example of a material one. If the pay award was to be in the region of 10%, which a unions often request, not the 3.1%, we have assumed and provided for, we would need to find an extra £12.2 million. So this level of financial assumption is entirely normal. Let me be absolutely crystal clear as well. Such a completed report as you are requesting does not exist. But when it does exist, it will come through the normal process. And and at that point, we will be fully engaging in consultation with stakeholders and fully engaging with the overview and scrutiny process to look at it in detail. And at that point, it will come through to full council and we'll have the opportunity to vote on it. I think we should be really clear. We've had clarity from officers of the issues with delay, and Councillor Bartlett referenced them quite clearly himself. But let's take a moment to be really clear what this amendment is, what this motion is. You don't have a plan. You have absolutely nothing to say. You've had all the opportunity.
Yeah, Councillor Howell, what part of the Constitution are you calling a point of order, please? If you could make that clear to me, I'd appreciate it.
It's clear in the Constitution that the mover of a motion only doesn't speak on an amendment until the end. He's the last person, he or she is the last person entitled.
This is a motion without notice, Councillor Howell.
Okay, all right. I apologise then.
No, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rice, I think you...
Thank you very much, Chair. If I may continue, but
Please,
I will start that part again. I want to be really clear what this is. This is, and I repeat, you don't have anything else to say. You do not have a plan. You've had all the opportunity to bring forward an alternate budget, and we have nothing in front of us. So what you're saying now is to defer. Is that defer so you can make up a plan? We should see this for what this is, and frankly, we need to just move on and debate the budget. So I very much will be not supporting the motion as put. Thank you.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Rice, please.
Thank you. Following on from Councillor Bartlett's comments, I was just wondering if you, Chair, would be willing to ask the officers to again explain what would happen if the motion was supported. Would it actually be possible, even if it's not ideal, would it be possible to actually hold another meeting to see additional information? Just for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just to clarify, that really would depend on the timescale in which we could get a report from KPMG. We would have to give 5 days notice of the meeting. If we did that tomorrow, the earliest we think we could hold the meeting would be the 3rd of March. Any meeting or any budget decision after the 1st of March will result in delays to the bills being issued. That will carry a cost. So any agreement of this motion will delay the setting of the council tax and the issuing of the bills. The question for us is, at what time scale would we get a report from KPMG? Once we receive it, we have to check it in terms of the content of it to ensure that we're not publishing any confidential information, etc. That will probably take a day or so. And then it depends on how much notice members would need to read that, as to whether we could do that on a pre-established date for a council meeting, or whether we'd then have to give 5 days notice. We only have about 10 days between the 1st of March and the 11th of March, after which the Secretary of State can intervene. Timescales are very tight.
And it just occurred to me, another point is that we may not have the council chamber available to us because there is a long-standing inquest happening, and that may result in further cost incurred for the council in renting another venue like this, for example.
Thank you, Mr. Farrant. Thank you, Ms. Syce. My Vice Chair indicated to me slightly earlier, Councillor Howell, you wished to speak. Was that separate to the intervention? Okay. You have the floor now.
Yeah, let's be clear. There is a report. I know there's a report because I've been in correspondence with the monitoring officer, who's assured me that the leader has refused me access to that report. Members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee are entitled to documents that have been used in the decision-making process by portfolio holders, unless the leader makes a decision to refuse that because they are in draft. So we know a draft document exists. We are being refused access to it as councillors. That document is presumably the document which enabled the leader to say in his earlier speech that KPMG have given an assurance that the process will work. But, you know, why can't we see that document then? I imagine that that document has qualifications in it saying that the council is not permitted to rely on it until the final report is published. Because we have a draft report, what the Chief Executive says about having to get a report from KPMG is not correct, because the council has that report. It can use that report. That's the report that the administration have used to prepare the budget, so we don't need to waste time. And if there are confidential items in it, we can go into confidential session. So that was a big red herring. I've not been given any justifiable reason from the monitoring officer why this report is being released. The more that there's kind of obfuscation here, the more I think, what has the leader got to hide here? There's something obviously in those documents that they don't want us as opposition members, as representatives of the public, to see. I increasingly can't come to any other conclusion that this document is being deliberately held in draft so that we can't see it. And that is not a way to prepare a budget, and such a creative and bold budget that puts the council finances at such a risk. You know, this is utterly irresponsible. You know, we should have some answers here as to why we can't see that document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Brown, I gather you indicated. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support this proposal to defer, but mainly because we're being asked to make a key council decision when only a limited number of councillors are aware of the full supporting information and the advice and any qualifications to that advice that have been given to the council regarding the financial strategy. Later on in the debate about the budget, if we go ahead, I'll highlight the sort of concerns that I've got. But, we just have to look at the report we're given here, with the report from the Chief Financial Officer and the summary there that talks about the future financial sustainability of the council is dependent upon delivering the recurring savings through the transformation programme. And it says, because the council is currently living beyond its means, expenditure is greater than permanent sources of income. And we've been asked to make a decision here where effectively we securitise an income to get it now, but we lose a future source of income. So it's really critical that we get this decision right and that we know what decision we're making. The leader says that the council's been supported by KPMG in this, and he talks about all budgets are based on assumptions. Yes, that's true, but there are assumptions and there are assumptions. Yes, all budgets are based on estimates and assumptions which are usually about external factors or about internal factors over which the council has some form of control. I've never come across a budget where we've been asked to make an assumption about whether a new financial strategy is actually legally permissible and an assumption about a future council decision. It says in the Chief Financial Officer's summary, council will deliver a £43 million capital receipt in 22-23 from the securitisation of an income stream, which will need to obtain subsequent council approval. So we're making an assumption that a future council decision is going to go a particular way so that we can do what we've been asked to do tonight. It's just unbelievable to me that we're actually proposing to go ahead with this. There is always a reserve date set for this meeting to allow the necessary decisions and processes for charging council tax to take place. And I think we should move to that reserve date and defer for that, because councillors have a responsibility under the Constitution and under all the expectations of councillors across the country to make the right decisions for that authority based upon professional advice which has been presented to them, and to take heed of that professional advice. And, woe betide councillors that go against professional advice that's been given to us. We're not being shown that professional advice. We're not being shown what qualifications, what information there is. And therefore, councillors cannot reasonably, necessarily be asked to make the budget decision tonight, because we have not been given the professional advice that is being given to particular councillors. I don't think it's reasonable that councillors are being asked to make this budget decision tonight because we've not given information, and I think we should go for the deferred date.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Allison, I understand you indicated.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to seek some clarification, really. I mean, we've had several different pieces of information tonight about which information exists. We know that the administration's been working with KPMG. We've heard various reports of assurances. We've heard reports of a draft plan and a completed plan. Can we get some clarification from somebody about what documents have actually been used by KPMG in the insurances that the administration have used to form the beach show aspect of this plan? Because I'm, to this point, quite confused as to actually what information exists. And anything that the administration has seen in the creation of this plan should be available to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allison. Councillor Phipps, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be brief. It's clear, it keeps being said, I mean, this budget is based on risk and assumption, with huge future debt proposed. If it's such a wonderful and inspiring budget, as we're told, why can't we see this report now, which is supposed to underpin it? We're being asked to approve this budget just on the basis of the leader telling us how great it is. We have no evidence to back that up, and that's what we need to see. I support deferring it to see the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Green, Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't support this motion. I started by listening to Councillor Cox express on a number of occasions, the parts of our last budget which we supported. I'm slightly puzzled as to who we is in this context, since the minutes clearly reflect that Councillor Cox did not vote in favour of the budget last year. In terms of the motion itself, I think the moving this without notice shows an absolute disrespect, Chairman, to you, to officers and to fellow members. There is no reason why this motion could not have been moved shortly after the overview and scrutiny meeting some weeks ago. There is absolutely nothing new in there. Councillor Cox had every opportunity to do that. And I think the clue actually is in the motion, is in his use of the word opposition. As Councillor Stribley very often reminds us, no one is elected to oppose, but we are all elected to represent our residents, and that goes for this side of the chamber as well, Councillor Howell. It's not something which simply sits with you as a representative of the public. And I just make a very clear point that to be a member of a minority group is a misfortune. I know I've been one, but to oppose is a state of mind, and I think that speaks to what this motion is. It is purely a wrecking and a transparently political and discourteous motion, and I don't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Green. You're on your feet, Councillor Howell. You have a point of order, yes?
A personal statement. I've been mentioned, and I think I have a
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Howell, would you allow me just to...
Yeah.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Constitution is quite clear what has to be stated during a point of order. It is not sufficient to shout the words point of order and therefore start speaking on something else. This is a point of order because I'm asking you, please, Mr. Chairman, to clarify how this meeting should proceed. I do not believe that just because someone decides to call out point of order makes it a point of order.
Exactly what you just did.
Yeah. Yes, I mean...
Please bear with me for a moment, Councillor Howell, if you could. I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Briefly, I do have a right as a personal statement to correct something that is misrepresented.
That's fine. Councillor Howell, I will allow it because you're asking for clarity on a previous speech.
Essentially accused
where your name was mentioned. So if you'd like to continue.
Thank you. I've essentially been accused of opposing for opposing's sake, which is absolutely not untrue. It would, you know, oppositions, you know, there's perhaps a better word for it, but I don't think anybody's ever come up with it. But essentially, it's important that we have councillors who are not in the administration who are holding the administration to account and scrutinising them. And that is what we do as the opposition or as councillors who are not in the administration. And that's what I do.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Thank you for that contribution. Councillor Green, would you like the opportunity to clarify those particular points that have been addressed?
Yes, Chairman, I was not making a particular point at Councillor Howell for his opposition. It is a general point, and as I pointed out, to be a member of a minority party is a misfortune, and I know because I have been in that position. To oppose is a state of mind and a personal decision which sits with any member.
Thank you. I'm content at that point. Thank you. No more debate? Any hands raised? Oh, Councillor Slade, you're recharging.
Sorry, thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
yeah, please.
I just wondered whether it was going to be possible for the Section 151 officer to give that information that Councillor Allison requested about what information has been provided in the financial context. I totally understand that some members may feel that having to rearrange a council meeting and having to find another venue, although I'm quite sure out of a place as large as BCP we could find somewhere that would sit 100 people, especially as this government has decided that we no longer need to worry about any of the COVID restrictions, so we could probably all huddle in the nearest coffee shop and do it. But that seems to me a completely ridiculous reason for not delaying. I also understand that there is a risk to issuing of council tax bills, and that is a cost to the council. But the amount of ridiculous waste that we've had you know, for things like barbecues that don't work and lifts that we don't own, to parrot my colleague, Councillor Cox, in his statement, shows that the administration are quite happy to waste that sort of money. So why on earth would people be, I don't want to use the word bullied, I'm trying to use the right word. Why would they be put under some pressure to make some decisions tonight when over £50 million is at stake from something which we do not yet know is legal, where we have had assurances, but those assurances are so woolly that nobody in this room is allowed to know them. And more to the point, our residents, our 385,000 residents, are not allowed to know what the leader knows. I am getting a bit fed up of asking a question and asking for a paper and then being told that, don't worry, the paper will follow. And then when another member asks a similar question, they are given a detailed list of how it's going to work. For example, the beach hut story, I asked about, you know, who was going to be paying for it, what were the rents going to be, how was the maintenance going to be addressed? And I was told, well, don't worry, that will come in a later paper, which does not yet exist. And when a member of the Conservative group asked the same question, they were given a detailed list of assurances. And I will be recording them, as I said I would do on the day, because if the leader knows all of the detail that he shared with the Conservative member in order for her to be assured, why couldn't he give that same assurance to the beach hut tenants and to the other members of Overview and Scrutiny? And I feel exactly the same way about this KPMG report. Apparently there were workshops, apparently there's assurances, apparently there was a report or there wasn't a report, but now there's probably a draft report but not a final report. We've known this date's in the diary for months and months and months. If you were running a decent administration, you would have told KPMG that their final report needed to be ready in good time so that if members asked to see it, it was ready before the 22nd. This date was not a surprise. If the Conservative administration have not got this paper ready for today, that is on them. I suggest they find out of the back of their sofas where they can find money for whatever vanity projects they fancy. They can find the money to reconvene this council, and we should not be pressured by the chief executive or anyone else into, oh, we really shouldn't delay the council. And to be fair, I saw the email that was sent by Councillor Cox about this, at the time, amendment that he was going to put forward. It wasn't put forward any earlier because 4 of us were liaising with the monitoring officer and others to ask for this report. We were only told 48 hours ago that we would not be given access to this report. Therefore, it was not possible to do that earlier, and Councillor Cox changed this from an amendment to a motion without notice on the advice and recommendation of members of Democratic Services. So it's disingenuous to suggest that he was rude and disrespectful in not submitting it. He did actually submit it in the appropriate way and was told the best way forward was a motion without notice.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Cox, can I ask you now to summarise on your motion without notice, please? And we can move to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Mellor, in an effort to show that this is just part of normal risk, highlighted another risk that's within this budget. And these risks, I'm afraid, just keep piling up, and which is quite evident from the Section 151 officer's report that this budget is steeped in risk. Now, I vividly remember Councillor Mohan, the Cabinet, just talking about normal risk, that this is just part of normal life, this is part of normal risk. This is not normal. The risks that are associated with this budget are just not normal. And I fully appreciate the timing problems, issues, but we have asked again and again for these documents and we've not had them. I want to, you know, Councillor Mellor, I do want to issue an alternative budget. I would love to issue an alternative budget. But frankly, we cannot issue an alternative budget with so many risks to contend with. It'd be like building a house on sand. It just would not be possible. So, you know, and as for Councillor Green's comments about opposing for opposing's sake, you know, we regularly vote with the administration on issues that we agree on, regularly. And we only oppose when we think it's fundamentally wrong. And we think this budget is fundamentally wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cox. I'm proposing that we now move to the vote by a show of hands consensus. Yes, thank you, Councillor Farquhar, I agree. So over to you, Chief Executive, for a recorded vote. Councillor Anderson?
Point forward, I thought there had to be a minimum number requiring a recorded vote before it could be recorded, Chairman.
Sorry.
I do seek clarification on that.
If I can clarify, Chairman, so it's all votes regarding the budget have to be recorded, and I'm advised that this would count in that context. That's why we so readily agreed to one person asking for it, unusually.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. Yeah, we still haven't received clarification on which documents actually exist.
Would you like the opportunity to? Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I think we have had a quite clear explanation of the documents that exist. As I've said in my answer to Councillor Dedman's earlier question, as I said again in my answer here, we have to produce a series of workshop sessions with Grant Thornton. That work has then been reviewed by SIPFA and by our auditor, Grant Thornton. The papers in front of us quite clearly say that this is in line with our accounting procedure that we need to do. As and when there is a completed report, when the full due diligence has come through, as with any other material paper we take to council, which I've also stated will be in Q1 of next financial year, that is exactly the time when we will have the full reports available to councillors. This is a normal assumption, as a budget is made up of other material assumptions, and we will all as councillors have the opportunity to look at it through the overview and scrutiny process and the full council process in Q1 of next year.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Mr. Richards, please.
Yeah, if I can come in, probably help with the conversation, in the sense that I don't think I'm going to say anything other than repeat the words of the leader here, in the sense that this is a non-traditional approach, as clearly set out within the report. And I would hope that councillors would recognise that with a non-traditional approach, you have to undertake a high level of due diligence. And that high level of due diligence is being undertaken based on a draft report. I think SIPFA referred to it as kicking the tyres on the report, and clearly we've got to kick the tyres on it to make sure that it is absolutely watertight and sound, as part of due process. What the intention will be is that once that report has been finalised, then clearly that report will then be used to support the report that's going forward to June Cabinet and July Council, of which actually the formal decision around this will be made. And it won't be until July Council that formal decision around the securitisation of beach huts will actually be made. As the leaders quite rightly pointed out, the budget is based, and a financial plan is nothing more than a series of assumptions based on the income and expenditure of the council, and the requirement within this is that they balance. And clearly that's what the report today sets out, and clearly this is a key assumption that is used within that balancing or presentation of a balanced budget, and clearly within my Section 25 report at Appendix 3 and as summarised in the report, I very clearly articulate the risks associated with this proposal, and if the proposal is not endorsed by Council in June and July, then actually the consequences that the council would actually have to take to rectify that position, as it would, as a leader pointed out, if actually, the pay award was 10% compared to the 3.1% that we've allowed for. That is part of the budget process. Having established budget, we then have to go through that process of monitoring it and making sure that we continue to have a balanced forecast for the year as part of normal financial management arrangements. Hopefully, Chair, that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. So, Chief Executive, would you like to conduct the recorded vote on the motion without notice from Councillor Cox?
Thank you, Chairman. So just to be clear, this is a vote on the motion without notice. If you're in favour of the motion without notice as presented by Councillor Cox, then please vote for. If you're against it, please vote against. The alternative is to abstain. I'll read each councillor's name in turn in alphabetical order by surname. So please be ready with the microphone. So firstly, Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earle.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Sean Gabriel.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
And Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
For.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Mike White. Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
And Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against. The motion without notice is lost as 26 for and 40 against. Thank you. Right, so moving back to the substantive motion now, the further debate before we move to the vote.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Yes, Councillor Brooke, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. There are items within this budget that I would be happy to support were it not for the fact that it is predicated on several very high-risk processes as well as being unsustainable. The 21-22 and 22-23 budgets have depended upon the Financial Resilience Reserve for support to the tune of £66 million, significantly reducing the Council's future financial flexibility and resilience. The 23-24 budget will have to address a £28 million funding gap. It may be described as a new and bold approach, but it can also be described as a reckless approach, a venture capitalist gamble with taxpayers' money, and with what looks like a spend, spend, spend philosophy, it is plunging the Council into greater and greater debt, over £836 million by 2027, while barely increasing unearmarked reserves. By the end of the proposed budget period, 31st of March 2023, there will be insufficient earmarked reserves to tackle the continually increasing overspend in the high needs block. Should the government fail to extend the current arrangements beyond that date, this Council could face a Section 114 notice and all that that means. This isn't the only area where the budget depends upon government doing the right thing, i.e. retaining the flexible use of capital receipts so that the transformation programme can be funded. And let's be honest, the costs have spiralled from 29 million to 67 million, while current savings have dwindled, only 2.4 million this year, not the budgeted 7.5 million. Consequently, the whole transformation programme is being reprofiled and pushed back. There can therefore be no confidence that the requisite 50 million savings will ever materialise. Added to all this is the so-called sale of the beach huts using a special purpose vehicle, a process allegedly approved by KPMG and the details of which are not yet available, but we're expected to support. There is also a strong possibility that pay equalisation will not be cost neutral. Inflation is predicted to rise to over 7.5%, and interest rates are likely to continue to rise, all of which will impact negatively on the budget. In all my years as a councillor, I have never read a budget report with so many significant risks and warnings. As councillors, we all have a responsibility to be prudent with public money entrusted to us. And to this end, I wish to formally propose an amendment to the recommendations in Agenda Item 6F, that's little f, by adding an additional item. You've all had a copy of that and opportunity to see it. Big F, that budget monitoring reports are brought to every overview and scrutiny board meeting. This would increase the level of budget monitoring and responds to the concerns expressed in the Section 25 report. And I believe I have a seconder for that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Have the seconder.
Yes, I'm happy to second.
Councillor Slade, thank you. Councillor Broadhead, please. Sorry. Speaking on the amendment, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Brooks, for the amendment. As I understand it, that amendment is proposed to require overview and scrutiny to consider the budget monitoring report at every opportunity. That's the spirit. I'd just like to get some clarity from the monitoring officer, because we had a report at the last meeting that went to overview and scrutiny requiring them to do something, and I understand that it is not within the gift of full council to be able to tell overview and scrutiny what to put on their agenda, which the effect of then, and if we can't actually tell overview and scrutiny to put something on, then essentially it's a bit of a meaningless amendment. But I'd seek the monitoring officer's view on whether full council can or cannot tell overview and scrutiny to put anything on their agenda.
Monitoring officer, please.
Chairman, so Council can request that overview and scrutiny look at various things, but it cannot dictate what overview and scrutiny does consider on its forward plan, because the purpose of an overview and scrutiny meeting is to be independent, is to be independent and to present a balance to the executive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sice. Yeah, I'm content that the amendment's been circulated. Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Overview and Scrutiny Board monitors the budget on a quarterly basis anyway, but overriding that is that the ONS Board should not have any agenda item imposed upon it. It is for the ONS Board to dictate what its agenda is, so I would not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you. I'm speaking to the amendment, Chairman, and I would support the amendment. As the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny says, we do get the papers through quarterly, but my one caveat is that we don't get any papers anyway. This is the whole point of what we've been saying. So, in a way, what's the point?
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Pedevin, I think you indicated earlier.
I wish to speak to the substantive, not the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Same, I'd like to speak to the substantive.
Councillor Mike Green, I think you indicated, then Councillor Slade, yes. Councillor Mike Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've always enjoyed reading novels, but I've actually never been very good at English language. So one of the things that's really worked for me is to have an e-reader. And because one of the things you can do on it is you can press on a word you don't really understand, and it gives you the definition. And I came across one of them last week. It was footling, and I looked on and it gave me the definition, and it's trivial and irritating. And I think that is exactly the description I'll probably give to this amendment. I mean, throughout the year, all we've heard, and particularly over the last few weeks, all we've heard is certain opposition members carping on about how this Conservative budget and this Conservative way of running things and these Conservative activities are just a massive mistake. And we were told, what was it? I think the word was fundamentally wrong, we were told just a few minutes ago by Councillor Cox. And tonight was the big chance for those members of the opposition to back that bluster up. And surely after all that huffing and puffing, we were going to get a decent alternative budget or a proper amendment coming through. Major changes to priorities, altering the level of council tax, wholesale revision of how much capital is being raised and how. But no, we're talking here about billions of pounds over those years of taxpayers' money, and all that we get from this opposition...
Councillor Green, could I just thought there's been a call for a point of order from Councillor Evans, please.
I don't believe Councillor Green is speaking to the motion proposed.
Funny enough, I was just about to afford that general guidance. Councillor Green, could you address the amendment, please?
Absolutely. The amendment, as I said, as I pointed out, Mr. Chairman, we are talking here about billions of pounds of taxpayers' money, and all we get from the opposition is this amendment to try to ask another one of our bodies to do something that we can see in the next item on the agenda after this they can't even do. I mean, what we're seeing, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but we're getting from over here is some of these people are the grumpy gits that we all come across now and again. They're always criticising, telling the administration they're doing it wrong, but they've got nothing to offer, Mr. Chairman. I'm rejecting this. I'm definitely voting against this amendment.
I assume that, but I would appreciate not using language of that sort.
How about footling?
I will look it up, but I certainly won't tolerate the words that you used. Thank you. Councillor Slade, you indicated before I go to Councillor Cox, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's a very good reason why there's no alternative budget, because this is so far off the mark. This administration have taken us so far down a dodgy alley that you can't amend something. What do they say? Something about making the polite one, I think, is making a silk purse out of a pig's bottom or something like that.
Well,
anyway,
you were half right, but I'll
I can't
accept
remember
that.
the exact phrase, but I'm very nervous about which words I might be allowed to use. Thank you very much. The only thing I wanted to say on this amendment, and the reason I support it, is I totally understand the independence of the Overview and Scrutiny Board. I know that as current Vice Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Board, we listen carefully to what any member asks us to scrutinise. And I think if full council was to say to us, do you know what, this is such a bold, non-traditional, iffy budget that actually rather than you taking a look at it on a quarterly basis, we'd really like it if you had it, you looked at it every time you met, then that would be a suggestion that I'm sure the current chair and vice chair would take really seriously. And that's the reason that I believe the motion has gone forward and the reason I support it, not to require Councillor Bartlett as the current chair to do it, but to ask Councillor Bartlett to give that his consideration so that we do not have to wait a quarter before we see just how bad things are. We already saw last year oh, well, yes, we are definitely going to be doing the £7.5 million transformation savings. In fact, I think we've got the recording from the August ONS. But surprise, surprise, the 2.1 million did not turn into 7.5. And I don't think it's safe to wait quarterly for that information. And that's why I support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Howell, I think you indicated. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought there were some people in front of me, but if there's not, I'll go ahead. I've just woken up my computer. This budget is predicated on successful transformation. However, we've not been given any evidence that that is likely to happen. Indeed, the evidence seems to be going the other way. It's behind schedule and it's over budget. For all we know, there's a bottomless pit there of transformation of money that might be absorbed, in order to get us to a point where we have a functional council. We're almost a whole term through now, and we've still got a website that doesn't work properly. We're constantly told that all the technical side of things is going to come at the end of the process, and then there'll be this magical delivery of a quality service and lots of savings.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Dunlop,
Thank you.
Which point of order are you raising?
I would say that if Councillor Green is not speaking to the amendment or is being instructed to speak to the amendment, then everybody else needs to as well. None of this relates to the amendment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Dunlop. I was speaking. I was under the impression that, in my head, that we'd gone back to the it was. I'll read, if I could take it up again when we go back to the main amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. If I do Councillor White now, please. You indicated. No? My Vice Chair. Any other councillors like to? Councillor Cox to sum up his amendment, yes. Councillor Cox.
I just...
Brooke, I'm so sorry, Councillor Cox.
But I just wanted to add,
yes,
as
please,
a fully paid up member of the grumpy old G's, then I would suggest that Councillor Green stops wasting his time looking up silly words, and maybe he should try prudence as a word he should look up for, and try the definition of that, because clearly the Cabinet do not understand that word. And Councillor Green clearly doesn't like scrutiny, because all that this amendment does is to ask for more scrutiny of the budget on a monthly basis rather than a quarterly basis. And I would suggest that principally is there to help the Cabinet colleagues to do a better job. So I would support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. You'll not be surprised that I'd support the amendment, and I'm not a grumpy so-and-so either, according to Councillor Green. And for him to use the word footling, I'll have to look it up later, but to indicate that he feels that this amendment is trivial, as he said, I could not disagree more. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Overview and Scrutiny Committee, as set up in BCP Council, is to focus on risk and the risks to the council, and that's its priority, to look at things based on the risk to the council.
I don't think it is at all trivial that this amendment asks that the concerns of many of us over the risks inherent within this budget, and as detailed in the budget report and with the comments by the Section 151 officer, are to ask that those concerns are somewhat addressed by more regular provision of budget monitoring information so that the members of Overview and Scrutiny and all members of the Council are able to properly discharge the duties in a responsible and prudent way as required by us by the Constitution. I don't think asking for that, for us to prudently and responsibly discharge our duties as defined under the Constitution, is at all trivial. And I don't think indicating that we're grumpy for wanting to do that is appropriate either. So I'm fully in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Right, Councillor Brooke, now would you like the opportunity to sum up?
Fine, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for your patience.
My granddaughter calls me a grumpy grandad. I have to say that it's the first time in public I've been called a grumpy or referred to as a grumpy whatever. And I might be. Anyone would be if they were trying to treat this budget with the respect that it deserves, and that is to give it more scrutiny. I'm delighted that some of my colleagues recognise the purpose of the amendment to actually give or suggest that there should be more scrutiny than currently takes place, because this is such a different budget with vast amounts of money being invested without any certainty of capital and funding coming in. I'm disappointed that the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, having said how concerned he is about the risks in this budget as they've been set out by the 151 officer, and then says that he will not support further scrutiny of that budget than actually exists on a normal budget. Surely something as different as has been said by the leader, this is something totally different in this budget, that deserves proper scrutiny and detailed scrutiny, and the only way to do that is to bring it to overview and scrutiny on a more regular basis than quarterly. And that's the purpose of this amendment, to request that that happens. I accept that Council can't dictate to it, but I hope that the Chairman will reconsider his view and accept this amendment in the manner in which it was being proposed, to actually give a really, really good scrutiny to what appears to many of us to be a very dodgy budget. But let's face it, if all those risks evaporate, then there are things that we could all support. And that's been said by many people tonight. But at the moment, it's unlikely that all those risks will evaporate, and we will be faced with some major changes to be made to that budget. And that, again, is why it needs to be scrutinised on a much more regular basis than quarterly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. So I'm now going to ask the Chief Executive to move to a recorded vote on this, amendment.
Chair.
Oh, Councillor Bartlett, there's a point of personal clarification.
I've been made mentioned personally by
Indeed.
Vice Chair of ONS, and also referred to again in the last comments. I think I have a right to reply.
And I will afford you that right.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to correct the member. I didn't say I wanted less scrutiny. I actually believe in scrutiny, and as the monitoring officer has said, the Overview and Scrutiny Board is always receptive to any requests made to it by anybody, any member, the Cabinet or the Council, and that will be considered by the Overview and Scrutiny Board. I don't hold carte blanche over the agenda. It's set by the Board itself. The point I was making is that it is independent. It can make its mind up at any time on what it wants to put on its agenda. It does not require a vote of full council in order for that to happen, and that's why I won't support this amendment. The OMS Board can make this decision for itself if somebody wished to make the request to it at a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Thank you. Right, so I'd now like to ask the Chief Executive to move to a recorded vote for Councillor Brooks' amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a vote on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Brooks, sorry. And again, I'll go through each name in alphabetical order by surname. If you're in favour of the amendment, please vote for or against. The option is to abstain. So starting with Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For. For.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Debman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earl.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Abstain.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Abstain.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Sean Gabriel.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
And Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Le Pedvin.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
For.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
For.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Abstain.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
Against.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Thank you, Chairman. What do you get? Yeah.
19 against
Yeah.
and 4 abstentions.
I've got 5 abstentions.
Oh, yeah, 5.
Yeah, 5, yeah. Yeah, 19, 42, 5. Yeah. So it's 42 against, 19, 4, 5.
Thank you. That was defeated. 42 against, 19 for, and 5 abstentions. Thank you. Right. I'll return to the substantive motion here, and I have 2 names, legacy names from the previous part of the debate. Councillor Pedovan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back to the budget as a whole, I really can't support it for a very wide variety of reasons. Right at the start, we're reminded of our responsibilities, our responsibility to current taxpayers, which you could argue is being fulfilled in this budget to a large extent, or to a certain extent anyway, but also our responsibility to future council taxpayers. And that is where this budget falls down to a great extent because of all the borrowing and therefore debt involved and the repayments that will be going on in some cases for 50 years, some less. There are all sorts of warnings. The Chief Financial Officer tells us that we're living beyond our means, or that the Council is living beyond our means. So that needs a solution. anyone who, savings have already been used up, all the reserves virtually are gone. So what next? And the administration solution is to borrow, but anyone who has gone for payday loans or maxed out their credit cards knows that you don't solve a debt by borrowing yet more. The other big solution is this plan to sell the beach huts, which, if the budget is voted through tonight, will become part of policy. But we're told that so far the beach hut owners, tenants, organisations have not been consulted. They'll be consulted afterwards. We're told that there's a separate formal report. This is in paragraph 78. A separate formal report will be brought forward for council approval in the first quarter of 22-23, the next financial year, after the budget has been voted on and agreed. Both of those elements, I would have thought, should have been included during the drawing up of the budget to assist in formulating the policies, and they should certainly be available for us to consider before making a vote. This plan about the beach huts, every time I think about it, I come back to Baldrick and his cunning plans. Now, there's a twist in this because of my ancestry. It just so happens that my great-great-great-grandmother and my great-great-great-great extra great grandfather were called, respectively, Helen and Thomas
10
Blackadder.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
So I will not be taken in by Baldrick's cunning plan.
Thank you. I would have waited all evening for that. Thank you, Councillor. Oh, bless you. Lost the plot. I'd like to call Councillor Allen, please.
Sorry, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. I'd like to say that the leader and this administration are actually putting people at the heart of policy and this budget. We have lead members for wellbeing and mental health, communities and levelling up, as well as homelessness. And this is an issue that is extremely important to us. And I'm grateful that I'm supported in this work, and it clearly shows that we care. Kick-started by the need to respond to the pandemic, everyone who cares about homelessness in our area and shares the big vision of everyone having a safe place to call home are now working together, talking to each other, and in true partnership working and collaboration, we are working with charities and local business. This is a strong strategy and it's gaining national recognition. We're involved in initiatives nationwide and we are securing excellent funding. We're planning to purchase an unused church hall to develop a health and housing front door hub, which is a ground roots up community-driven initiative. The hub will not only offer health services, but will also be joined up, holistic, multi-agency approach with wraparound support, which is exactly what we need to work with individuals with multiple complex need and addiction issues, which is a major issue in our area. The hub will also have showers, laundry facilities, lockers for belongings, and access to computers. This is alongside an initiative with health partners to support people when they are admitted to hospital on discharge and to prevent multiple admissions and better access to primary care. We're improving emergency accommodation with our Somewhere to Stay service and increasing housing first and supported housing provision. We have an excellent record of move on to stable accommodation for many people that we work with. We've been streamlining donating with contactless giving points across the conurbation and 100% of the money given going to individuals moving away from the streets. We're developing a new website, a comms plan, working with citizen advice to support people around financial resilience. We're hearing the voices of those with lived experience through the Oracle Group and promoting initiatives that offer meaningful occupation, training, education and support, helping individuals back to work. Upstream prevention is key, and our early prevention service is on average preventing homelessness in around 100 households every month and working with those coming out of prison and care leavers. I want us to continue to develop services that encourage and reward change, but are also responsive and flexible, so we can catch people when they fall, shaped by those who have experienced homelessness themselves. I would commend this budget to Council to support this ongoing excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor White, I think you indicated next.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd also like to talk briefly about something we can hopefully all agree on, and that's children's services. I'm really pleased to see that this budget reinforces our corporate commitment to making children's services our top priority. We're proposing a 12.3 million increase this year, which is an increase of 18%. And that means that over the last 2 years, the budget will have increased by 35%. Now, just to remind you, this is needed for 3 main areas to support our most vulnerable children. Firstly, to address staffing costs associated with meeting the significant increase in children referrals following the pandemic. Secondly, it's to meet an increase in numbers of young people needing higher cost settings. And then thirdly, it's to meet increased SEND transportation costs following an increase in the number of education, health and care plans. I'm very happy to commend this element of the budget to all members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Dedman, I think you're next.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, we've been constantly hearing from the other side of the chamber about ambition, world-class this and world-beating that, and also about the Unity Alliance lacking ambition when it was in power. Well, if you do want to hear about ambition, I can tell you now what the ambition is from Christchurch. Our ambition for our residents, and indeed for all residents across the conurbation, is for a council run on sound finances, a council that delivers services based on a solid and stable financial position, and a council whose budget people can actually understand. Not the budget of smoke and mirrors, not a budget based on casino economics where everything is bet on black and it comes up in the red. Not a budget which contains so many caveats from officers within the pages, phrases such as no provision for potential loss or it will reduce financial resilience. This administration has lost trust across Christchurch and across the conurbation. And I know I've been quoting a lot of residents because I've been having a lot of calls from residents. Another resident said, a council should be a boring, well-run service provider. The leader continually refers to this council as a business. It's not a business, it's not like his business, it's local government, and it's run for the benefit of residents with their money. It shouldn't be run like some venture capital project or a property Ponzi scheme. And where I come from in the business world, where I hear the words venture capital, I think of asset strippers. Lots of things go on in business which are not right for a council. This tactic of borrowing and taking on debt, it weakens all of us. And Barack Obama said of borrowing, and I agree, we are shifting the burden of bad choices today onto the backs of our children and grandchildren. Well, this is what your budget is doing. Future generations will be paying this bill. I'm afraid this council is in danger of collapsing under a landslide of debt. Have you all so soon forgotten the bad choices made by other councils? How many councils were caught out by the collapse of the Icelandic banks? How many councils have gone into receivership? And have you forgotten interest rates can and do go up? The PWLB raised their own rates recently, didn't they? So how can you predict rates over the long period? And how can you predict the actual return from these ambitious plans that you've put before us? And another resident said, I am fed up with councils using our money as speculators. We pay taxes to have services provided. That money is not to be gambled on risky ventures. So, like these residents, I find your attitude to public money, their money, appalling. Christchurch residents have been used to a council which is solvent and which pays its way. And when we were forced into BCP, we were not told that we would be paying for our services on the never never. No, we were promised savings, efficiencies, not a future of borrowing and of debt and of uncertainty for us and our children and our children's children. So I shall not be voting for this budget. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Some of what I was going to say has just been said, actually. I think it's really important, some of the services we heard about homelessness and about children's services, you know, there are some really good things in this budget and some things we absolutely need to fund, but it is the method by which that's happening that really concerns me. The reason we've had 10 years or more of austerity under the Conservative government is a result of the casino banking and the crash in 2008 from excessive risk-taking and leverage of assets. And that appears to be the methodology that's being used here, as Councillor Dedman was just talking about. The idea that we get 101 payback is fanciful, frankly, in my view, and you know, the concerns that have been raised already around the slowness of release of benefits from the transformation programme and the extending life of the transformation programme and the work for external management consultants reaping huge money out of that. I think it's really important that we do safeguard the people's money. In emptying the reserves, in looking at reducing revenues from refinancing assets and giving the money instead for interest payments, we're wasting away the things that we have and we value. And I think there's a real concern about, you know, what's the asset we're going to need to remortgage next year and the year after that? And have we got 20 such sizable assets to be able to do this every year? Because it seems like we're getting a one-year kick here that we will have to continue to pay for the next 20 years unless we mortgage off all the car parks and mortgage off all the other assets that we have at our disposal. I don't think that's what we should be doing with the public's money and with our public's assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Mark Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome this innovative budget as it allows us to keep our promises. We promised to reopen the pool toilets, and that's what we're doing. Ashley Cross reopened. Lake Pier reopened. Hamworthy Park reopening imminently. And the others in the queue for work. But we've gone one step better. We're also we're going to put 3 new toilets in Poole. We will be, as promised, reopening Poole Park Railway this year, after many years of absence, and along with many Poole residents who have expressed their support, I'm also looking forward to seeing it running. We've added £600,000 for road maintenance and pothole repairs. We need to ensure our streetlights are maintained and protected, so we're putting £80,000 into the budget to start a maintenance programme on these. As part of our commitment to the ecological emergency and biodiversity, we applied for and got a grant of £224,000, which will be used to run a nature recovery programme, transforming Branksome Recreation Ground, Musgrave Park, Pelhams Park, Jumpers Common, Kinson Manor Playing Fields, Haskell's Recreation Ground, Sates Farm and Stratton Park into wildlife-rich sites, creating habitat and species resilience. We will also engage with local communities in these areas and encourage their participation. We will be spending £176,000 to build up the commercial waste team. This will allow us to reduce resilience on agency staff, as well as start to improve and increase the Council's commercial waste operations. To meet our aspirations and the Government's Environment Bill, £260,000 has been allocated to our new waste strategy. This is to resource the strategic waste team, allow us to continue making the savings discussed in the climate report, harmonise and rationalise the existing waste infrastructure, prepare and plan for new waste contracts, as well as allowing us to prepare and implement the Environment Bill statutes as they come through. And we will continue to deal with gully cleaning and road sweeping in Christchurch, something that was sadly missing under pre-LGR and Dorset County. So, Chairman, I recommend this budget to the Council and hope everyone will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Howell, please.
I think that's quite apt for what I'm about to say, because I'm dealing with transformation and our ability to be efficient as a council and have technology that works. As I was saying earlier, transformation is behind schedule and over budget. We know that there are several council departments that are in crisis. There's enormous pressure, extra pressure being put on officers by this administration because it changed our strategy, the Unity Alliance's strategy for transformation, by deciding to reduce the number of officers before making technical improvements. We're now in a situation where we're waiting for a computerized system to come and rescue us. You know, I know from, I used to draft contracts for IT, and I know if these systems fail, then you can't claim from the IT companies in respect of loss of savings or loss of profits. You know, we are dependent on this budget, on the monies that we're using for the beach huts, actually delivering through transformation into savings. And we are not being given any assurance, really, other than the leader using the word assurance, that transformation is going to be successful. And I think it's just really dangerous. But we have a more imminent danger, which is that the flexible use of capital receipts legislation may not be renewed in March, in which case we have us in a situation where we have to suddenly fix a hole of potentially £54 million. So I'd like to propose an amendment, please, as an additional point E to the recommendations that already exist. And that amendment is that the administration urgently develops a plan B in the event the government cancels or amends the flexible use of capital receipts regulations, leaving a hole of up to £54 million in the 2022-23 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. I would assume you've pre-prepared this and it's on its way digitally. Thank you. I would, yes, please. Thank you, Councillor Howell. We've got it here. The amendment reads that the administration urgently develops a plan B in the event the government cancels or amends the flexible use of capital receipts regulations, leaving a hole up to 54 million in the 2022-2023 budget. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Allison. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to point out to members that this is exactly the same wording as a proposal that was passed at ONS and then later went on to Cabinet, and the Cabinet chose to ignore this recommendation that was passed by ONS. So I'm very happy to second it in this context. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Allison. So, Councillor Mellor, did you indicate Please, thank you.
I did, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, I'm going to be really brief here. The report is absolutely clear. The report in front of us is absolutely clear that the assumptions this budget is drawn on, as it ever is fundamental to the work in front of us. And if those assumptions change, then the budget will change, as we saw through the Unity Alliance budget in the middle of a COVID pandemic, quite rightly brought forward material changes to the budget in year. It also shows a complete lack of understanding, fiscal understanding, to suggest that there is a £54 million risk in the 22-23 budget. So the wording of the motion, the amendment, is wrong as well. The report also talks, in some detail about the myriad of, other ways and methods we'll be bringing forward and are working on. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is absolutely normal business. This is a normal assumption. We are through all of our work we do across the council, developing alternatives, and we have complete confidence in the way that this budget has been prepared. So this is again it wasn't ignored at cabinet. It was just, we discussed it and we said that there is in business as usual. This is exactly what we do every day of the week. So I'm perfectly happy to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I think Councillor Broadhead, you indicated next thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The leader has summed up a lot of what I was going to say. To respond directly to the accusation that this was ignored at Cabinet, it wasn't ignored. We just disagreed. And part of the reason we disagreed, Mr. Chairman, is that this amendment is tantamount to saying to our financial officers, do your job. And they do their job. They do it very well. There's a constant analysis of all of the risks, and there's always risks in any business or in any council that may happen, may not happen, and there's always a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, a plan F, and at any given time, actually, many more. I would like to bring up one further point which was touched upon by the leader, and it's more to do with the tone of the debate this evening, Mr. Chairman. We've seen from the administration side a number of speeches around the content of the budget and what this budget is going to achieve. In the pre-prepared speeches we've heard from the opposition at the moment, we've heard not one single comment on any of the content around what this budget is going to do, which is actually going to change a lot of people's lives and provide the services that we so very clearly need across our area and keep needing to improve. And I would sincerely hope that as the evening progresses on, because I have a fear we may be here for a lot longer, that we hear an awful lot more about what you wouldn't do and alternate plans, alternate ideas, what you do and you don't like about the actual content. Because so far we're now on the third amendment of things that we don't like, which are all to do with process and nothing whatsoever about content. And I actually think our residents deserve a little bit better than that. Every opposition council I've been involved with, we had a plan. We had our own idea. I've heard no ideas tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Still speaking to the amendment. Anybody would like to contribute? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on that last comment, maybe the difference is that the amount of concern about the amount of risk in this current budget is the reason that it's away from the expectations of Councillor Broadhead's previous experience. This proposed budget is different to anything that we've previously experienced, and that's why the response is different. I'd like to support this proposal. I am really concerned about these flexible use of capital receipts regulations and potential change. The leader mentioned that it was, the previous Unity Alliance had to change the budget in year due to the pandemic. Not at all the same. The pandemic was totally unforeseen across the world and required a response. This is not unforeseen. It says in the report in paragraph 148 there, in 5 weeks, the current regulations cease on the 31st of March this year. And the government, although said a year ago that they would intend to extend them, still haven't. And we're only 5 weeks away from the deadline now. I suspect the government will leave it to the last minute and may extend the regulations. What I'm more concerned about is not the fact that whether they do or don't extend the regulations. I suspect they will. But I suspect they will put different rules around them, and that could very, very significantly affect our budget. We're proposing to use capital receipts in quite an innovative way, in quite a significant way in our budget. If the government do extend that
to 2025 as is expected. But if they change the detail and the caveats around that, that could very significantly affect our budget. So therefore, I'd like to fully support the proposed amendment by Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Moore, you've been waving at me all evening. Now's your chance.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm just speaking to the amendment, but one concern of mine about this budget is the low level of reserves and the risks around the high needs block, and I've got to mention it because it's relevant. Although I'm aware of all the circumstances surrounding the dedicated schools grant and the accumulated deficit, there is a risk that this deficit, and I quote from the report, is close to creating an overall negative position because it is so large. If the current legislation is not extended, the Council will have negative reserves. The deficit in the high needs block will simply wipe out all of our reserves. We will end up with a Section 114 notice, and that means game over for this Council. Therefore, I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I had a list handed to me of all those that wanted to speak to the amendment. Could you all put your hands up for those of you? Right, Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you very much. We've just heard Councillor Broadhead say that our financial officers are continually monitoring risk. So if that's the case, and we understand from the report that there is a risk over the flexible use of capital receipts, so if we're constantly monitoring risk, then there will be a plan to mitigate this risk. So perhaps you can tell us what the risk mitigation is at the moment. That if we know that there's a plan B already, then that obviously obviates the need for this amendment. So what is the risk mitigation?
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Okay. Well, in that case, then we'll move to the vote on the amendment. Oh, you're... Councillor Howe, I'm so sorry I didn't see your hand. Councillor
I
Howe,
think I'm
please.
entitled to sum up.
But I've got you on a different list. I thought it was part of the substantive, but this you're speaking to the amendment. Please do carry on.
Just sum up. Yeah, just to sum up. I think it's clear, despite what Councillor Broadhead seems to suggest, is that we're being responsible here as an opposition, or whatever you wish to call us. It is clear from the Section 25 report here that there's going to need to be a review in the event that the government do not continue with the regulations in the manner that they are at the moment and make them more stringent, or indeed cancel them. One, as Councillor Brown says, that must be a significant risk. As a council, if we are forced in 3 months' time to fundamentally review our budget so that in order to save up to £54 million, that is game over, as Councillor Lepoitevin said. There's no way that this council in such a short period is likely to be able to do that. Then we would really be in fire sale territory. A term that the leader is very fond of using. He's backing us into a corner here. He's taking an enormous risk that these regulations will continue to be in force. If they're not, we'll end up with government officers running our council, and they have freedom to do whatever they wanted in terms of selling our assets, selling our prized assets, which could be parks, could be and parts of seafront assets. We lose control in that situation as councillors, and that is the ultimate responsibility for us as councillors, is to make sure that this budget is sound, and it is not sound according to the evidence that we've been delivered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Howe, for summing up your motion. We'll now go to the recorded vote as required to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a vote on Councillor Howell's amendment. Again, if you're in favour of the amendment, please vote for, or the options are to vote against or to abstain. And again, in alphabetical order by surname, Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Sorry, just to confirm that was against. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Councillor Leslie Dedman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earle.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Sean Gabriel.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Le Pedvin.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
For.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
For.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Thank you, councillors.
The amendment fails, 26 for, 39 against. Thank you, members. Back to the substantive motion here. The list I have here next in line to speak on the main subject was Councillor Dunlop. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired, a bit cold. I think what I'd first like to say is actually like to assure Councillor Cox that I absolutely do take my duty to my budget seriously, and I understand my responsibility, and I'd like to talk about the cultural budget. I think if you recall, if you look at the centre of our big plan, there's 3 core values in there: children, community and culture. And the wonderful thing about culture is the positive impact it has on the other 2. And you only need to look at the children African drumming or the elderly ladies doing the Bollywood dancing in the gardens to see the effect that it has. And the crowds who, despite the horrendous weather, turned out to see our wonderful arts by the sea. It also has the power to be life-changing for many, especially those in deprived areas, minority groups, those with chaotic lives and backgrounds, and those with special needs, the elderly, and of course children. And within the budget before you are funds to develop new festivals, including a new Christmas Maritime Festival for Poole, support for public art, Festival Coast Live, which delivered so much to so many, using mainly local talent, plus a direct allocation for the development of community arts, which is building a framework from the ground up to create those connections and provide a seat at the table for the underserved. And cultural participation has the power to probably add the most value to the lives of the most marginalised. And I firmly believe that my role as the portfolio holder is to connect people through culture in a way that improves their well-being. And the role of the council is to enable those cultural connections through a wide range of cultural activities, from the high arts even to the crazy, but to make them accessible to all. Which is why we're increasing the cultural budget. And while it's small compared to the budgets of my colleagues, it's no less important in enriching people's lives. Everything in this budget is about those three core values: children, community and culture. And I am 100% supportive of what I see as this people's budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. I continue to work through the list in the order they came in before we were distracted by the amendment. So the next one on my list here is Councillor Fear.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak tonight in favour of this budget. The way this budget is formed is not like a standard budget. This is a think outside the box budget, where we don't just rely on outdated, misplaced, irrelevant practices, as they do not stand up to how the world has changed. This Conservative administration can be proud of how we have risen to the challenge to put the real needs of our residents at the core of everything we do. Let me give you some examples of how this budget will deliver on the well-being for residents of BCP. Investment in 2 brand new mental health worker posts, teaming up with the national recognised charity Mind to improve mental health support for our staff, delivering on our carer strategy, which in turn will help thousands upon thousands of carers across our conurbation. And I'm proud to announce that BCP Council has teamed up with Carers UK, which will deliver care and support via the Carers UK portal. This service is not just for BCP staff, however, but is available to anyone that works for a small and medium-sized business across the area and is free of charge. BCP Council is leading the way as a good employer with good standards and is ready to help others. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I shall say only this. Investment in adult service and adult social care is up. Investment in children's services is up. Financial support for ongoing investment is up. Investment in highways maintenance is up. Investment in regeneration is up. Number of youth antisocial behaviour officers is up. Investment in summer response is up. And investment in customer service is up. Mr. Chairman, we can do this and more whilst freezing council tax. The Conservatives are delivering for the residents of BCP and showing the way, and I look forward to supporting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Well, last year I voted for the budget because of the additional funding going into children's services. This year there is over 12 million for children's services, which is very welcome and much needed to help improve the service. Another of my concerns, however, which does need highlighting, is there's a cap on children's services of 2.99% for the future. Now, given the obvious need for improvement, I question the wisdom of this restriction on growth, especially since, and I quote from the report, without this restriction on growth in both adult and children's services, together with savings of 7.2 million, which also needs to be made, the funding gap over 5 years would amount to approximately 54 million. This is an unconventional budget and a budget full of risks. I want to improve children's services, as we all do, but I must balance this need against the level of risk involved in approving this budget. We must never forget this is council taxpayers' money we're working with, and these are our children's lives we want to improve. My concern is that the very children we want to help will be the same children who pay the price if this council makes a mess of its finances. For me, this is a risk too far. I really cannot support a high-risk budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Phipps, you're next on the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, how did we get here? By now, in this merger,
which many, as we know, did not want, we were supposed to be in financial utopia. Isn't that why we merged? This is what was supposed to happen? There would be fabulous savings, wouldn't there? Well, there aren't. Instead, here we are with a borrow, risky budget like this. We were spun a tale then, and it's happening again. This administration has failed to control expenditure. So we are now being spun a bold, non-traditional approach to try to fix it, with some sort of equity release on beach huts. Well, this is just a reckless approach to financial matters. The statutory Section 25 report conclusions, Appendix 3, spells out the true situation. This council is currently living beyond its means. Borrowing and debt for one-off spending is not the way. This council is here to provide services to residents and should operate within its means, not gamble or speculate and expose it to risk, which this budget does. There may be good things in this budget, I don't doubt, but we can't afford to pay for them by mortgaging the future. I can't support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Allison, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am not going to be able to support this budget tonight either. I think that the administration have shown that they've been talking about how much pride they have in this budget and how proud they are of this budget that they've delivered. And yet you don't have to read very far through the documents to see the amount of red flags, all of the mentions of all of the risk that's been taken to deliver these improvements. The council leader in his speech talked about having a transformed council. The reality is that that's behind budget, that hasn't met its financial targets, and that's led to a workforce that is overworked and actually quite unhappy with the changes that have happened. He talks about leaving future generations a legacy that they can be proud of. The truth is what they're going to be left with is quite a substantial amount of debt that future taxpayers themselves are going to have to pay off. I want to add in response to what Councillor Broadhead said that actually there's many things in this budget that I really approve of. There's lots of investment of things, of spending that I can approve of. The improvements in adults and children's, everybody here can get behind. The mental health support, the youth parliament, the community projects, the investments that you're doing in the seafront are fantastic, but it could be so much more. And the reality is the reason that we're having to do all of these things with taking on the debts, the reason why we're having to do all of these fancy financial tricks to try and plug these gaps is that the past 12 years of Tory government has taken away almost £1 billion in spending for this council. That's the truth of the matter. We're working here with a council tax system which is 30 years out of date, using housing prices that were calculated 2 years before I was born. And if the administration wants to actually do something to try and improve the lives of residents locally, I would suggest starting lobbying their own government to restore the funding that's been cut from local authorities across the country in the past 10 years of their administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allison. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up a couple of comments that have been made. Councillor Fear just talked about highlighting everything that was up. He didn't mention that borrowing is up, the council's debt ceiling is up, and the council's interest payments are also up. Councillor Anderson, talking about opening and refurbishing toilets in Poole, really, he should take his colleagues' advice and look up the definition of gall. It was his colleagues around him that closed those in the first place, and it was one of the first Unity Alliance decisions to allocate £492,000, which was opposed by his colleagues around him, and I got a lot of grief for it, to finance that refurbishment and opening of the toilets in Poole. So I think he should look up the definition of gall to say what he said. I can't support this budget. I welcome much of the areas of additional spending, but it's the responsibility to future taxpayers which concerns me. This council is currently overspending on its in-year service budgets. It's underachieving on its transformation savings. You just have to look at figure 5 on page 252 of the report, the 5-year medium-term financial plan. Last year, refinancing of capital programme produced £25 million as a rabbit out of the hat. This year, budgeting to use £35 million of reserves, which then creates a pressure next year, and transferring 6.7 million revenue cost to transformation over the next 3 years. Next year, where are the savings coming from? Are they really going to come from transformation, as we're being told? I'm not confident of that. These are one-off funds. The leader's running out of rabbits to pull out of the hat and should concentrate on a budget for BCP that lives within its means. Councillor Dedman's comments about debt, I totally agree with. This council is increasing borrowing and it's increasing the debt burden for future generations. Debt and interest payments have to be budgeted for first before budgets for delivering services in the council. You just have to read paragraph 148 about the FUCR regulations as were being discussed recently. Please, members, you really have to read the Section 25 report in paragraph 154. I couldn't put it better, and I hope everybody's read that and taken heed of what the Chief Finance Officer has said there. And even little things, paragraphs 163 to 170 in the report talks about a recent recommendation decision from Audit and Governance about the Treasury Management Policy to capitalise interest from development phase of projects. That was only a marginal decision. It was very split, and there was a lot of opposition within Audit and Governance to that. This council is going to be paying interest on interest if this policy change is made, to not pay the interest as a project is going on, but just capitalise it and put it onto the debt burden. We're increasing the debt yet again. Previous administrations and members here in Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch have all made hard budget decisions over the years, and sometimes there's been robust debate about the budgets each year. This budget is very different. It's high risk and it lives beyond its means. And that's not my words.
You're at 3 minutes now,
That's the
Councillor.
words in paragraph 154. Are members opposite really willing to risk their tough decisions of the past years with this financial innovation to cover a council that is living beyond its means?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Toby Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, to start with the positives. The equalities budget is tripled. The fact that there is such a commitment to equalities is something that cannot be underestimated and should not be glossed over. It shows we will not ignore the tough and ugly problems that have been ignored by so many for so long. We will look to ensure that all our residents may go about their lives knowing that their local government will approach them on a level playing field, and that is something we should aspire to. The children's services spending is 12.3 million compared to the 900k in the first BCP Unity Alliance budget. Alongside this and many other proposals as part of the budget will make levelling up a core thought going forward, pushing it further into the public consciousness and decision making. I'm delighted to support the budget as lead member for levelling up and skills, as I believe it is grabbing the opportunities that have been presented by government to change the way we think about the concept of levelling up and continue our leading work on this flagship policy. Now to turn to some points raised by some of the members opposite me in the debate. Firstly, pressure was mentioned. At no point have we tried to pressure, or as administration even attempt to convince you of our correctness. If we were, the first ever council meeting would still be ongoing, with members' skeletons still debating the minutiae, the flogged horse not only dead, but passed into legend. We are here to be scrutinised as an administration and to display to the public the work of the council and make a democratic decision. And lastly, I do not accept that it was not possible to provide an alternative budget due to the content of the original proposal. As if it was as terrible as you have made out, you would, and certainly should, have worked from the ground up to show our residents that you have the ability to do the job better than we do. As then a part of the Unity Alliance administration, I watched as the then opposition were lambasted for not providing a full alternative budget at BCP's first budget meeting. At the time, I agreed. However, whilst there are several justifiable reasons for not providing an alternative budget, if you are so completely shocked at the terrible quality and risk of the proposal, where is your alternative and the proof that you could do better? If this is, as you claim, bordering on negligent and suspicious, and in your view will seemingly bankrupt everyone, it is absolutely and without question worse to not present the people with an alternative. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kelsey, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's a bit difficult to follow that one, I think. Having been Mayor for the last 8 or 9 months, Mr. Chairman, I've been able to visit many places around the town, and I've seen a lot of what's been going on. I'm particularly impressed with this budget in the fact that as Councillor Johnson has just said, it increases money for equalities for vulnerable people and for children. But as you'd all expect, being the chairman of the planning board, I'm delighted to see that we're getting extra money going into the planning system. It's going to be continued support for improvement programme, which will support the harmonisation of planning, backlog clearing and sustained performance improvements. The allocated funding will also support us to work effectively with future places, which is going to be such a bonus for the whole of this town. It cuts across every portfolio holder's budget, and I don't think there should be anyone in this room that is saying no to it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Rigby, please.
Thank you, Chair. You know what? There is good in this budget. There is, and I genuinely believe that you are extremely confident in it. I particularly welcome the the additional 20 million going to the green funds, which we definitely need. What is it, 4 million a year over the next 5 years? It's brilliant. Is it enough? Probably not, but it's what we've got at the moment. And I'm pleased to hear you saying as well that, you know, these things can change. So hopefully that'll increase over time as we get closer and closer to our net zero deadlines. The issue I've got, I mean, I'm sure, Mike, you're going to speak about the green stuff in a bit. I'm sure in a queue with your rest of the portfolio holders there, so I won't bang on about it a little bit. But listen, what I'm concerned about and the concern I've got is who is paying for it, and it is who you're investing in. It's the children, it's the future who's going to be paying for it, because this is being built on borrowing, and it's 50-year borrowing. There's projects like the Wide Area Network, which is a 50-year project on its borrowing, which is going to be out of date by the time it's paid off. And I'm concerned that that's going to be the same with other investments here, and they're going to be getting piled on to the future. I really hope that I'm worrying about nothing, but we've got to bring up these concerns. You know, that's what we're here for. We're here to scrutinise, as you keep saying. I would have loved to have brought an alternative budget, but I don't think my little group had the members needed yet to be able to do so. So, you know, hopefully in a few years' time, we'll have a few more Greens sitting in the room able to do so, and we'll have a good, strong Green budget. You know, like I say, I do hope I'm worrying over nothing. I mean, council tax itself, it's not even been around for 30 years yet, so hopefully we'll see an overhaul of the taxation system, and finally we'll have a land valuation tax and a developer's duty, which will get rid of it, and finally those with the broader shoulders will actually be able to take the biggest burden with this tax in the future. So that's what I'm really relying on here. But for the moment, the risk really does outweigh the benefit for me, so I'm not able to support it as I would like to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. This money doesn't just appear in our bank account. Our residents go out to work and earn the money they hand over to us in the form of council tax. It's our responsibility to be fiscally responsible with that money, and I'm not confident that this budget has an acceptable level of risk that those residents that have earned that money would be happy with. So with that said, in my opinion, this budget is effectively a gamble, and as I would with anyone holding the dice, I wish you good luck.
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm encouraged that this budget is referred to as a people's budget, as it shows that the administration has finally recognised who they act for, our residents. The Christchurch Independents have always known this. This is why we are independent with no whip, acting solely for our residents' best interests. As we have seen with this evening's voting, there was no point in wasting officer time and taxpayers' money in producing an alternative budget when a Tory whip is so blatantly used and abused. I have pride in Christchurch and BCP and have strong ambitions for our area to continue to be a great place to live, work and visit. The two key services to deliver the commitments to our residents, adults and children's services, have a greater investment, and I'm pleased to see this. I hear a carers strategy is coming. We had proposed to take the adult social care precept last year when the government and most UK councils realised the need, not a year later. Additionally, children's services needed the extra investment last year to bring about positive, decisive change, not a year later. The administration needs to forget about superficial blue sky projects that add no value and concentrate on everyday essential solutions for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When earlier this evening I introduced the Climate Action Plan, I said I wasn't going to make a political point then about how cancelling the 20 to 21 funding for climate... indefinitely pausing the funding by the previous administration caused such difficulties to our progress in the fight. Well, now I will, because a budget is all about political priorities. As a council, only months before, we'd unanimously identified climate action as a priority. But rather than put its money where its mouth is, the previous administration paused indefinitely the 240,000 that was allocated for it in 2021. In stark contrast, today's budget shows that the Conservatives genuinely do care about climate action, and we are prepared to back that up with the funding it requires. The previous administration indefinitely paused the funding for year 2021. We put it back for that year. Then for 21-22, we doubled it. And with this budget today, for 22-23 and onwards, we're making that double amount permanent. That is how to show commitment to the cause. The difference this permanent funding makes is enormous. Instead of a sideshow looked after by 2 full-time equivalent officers, this money allows us to form a hard-hitting, cohesive and dynamic team of up to 14 under its own head of service. And as we spoke about earlier, anyone who's met Matt can be left in no doubt that he means business. And under his leadership, this is a team that's going to get us to where we need to be. A major role of that team will be to look for projects which can contribute on a large scale in our fight against climate change. And that's where the second part of this budget comes in. Our first ever Green Futures Fund, £20 million. Say that again, 20 million available for capital projects that will make an appreciable difference to our area's carbon emissions. These are sums that the previous administration, despite all their words, couldn't dream of. They've only been made available because this Conservative administration, and it's this Conservative administration that will, in a conservative way, ensure that they are well spent on projects which either produce a positive return to the council taxpayer or will lower our emissions at a suitably low pound per tonne of carbon cost ratio. Let's not mince our words, Mr. Chairman. This is a budget which puts climate action at the heart of what we do and scales up our potential to act like never before. It's an absolute game changer, and I'm enormously proud to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Bartlett, I think you were the last one to indicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, it's a government. Sorry, it's government. It's government policy, of course, in the way that local government has been reducing the way it funds local government. And that's what forced us to LGR, and that's where we are now. And now, of course, we have to continually find ways of raising money to pay for services. And we can either do that through raising tax, or we can do it through finding other ways, innovative ways. Or alternatively, of course, you can cut services and cut your costs. So there aren't a lot of choices here. Now, I actually don't mind business principles being applied to government, and in fact, funding local government. In fact, that's probably the only choice we really do have. So I welcome any new ideas. I think it's good. The problem is that, when something really different, and this is different, and it's difficult for people to accept a proposal like this. Now, I'm going to combine something that Councillor Johnson said, and he mentioned the horses, and I think Councillor McCormack mentioned gambling, and I'm going to put the two together and say what we're actually doing is put a huge, great big bet on a horse called transformation. So there are 50 or 60 million quid's worth of investment, it's called, but others would call it a bit of a punt. Now, if we don't get this right, I'm afraid that our residents will consign horse transformation to the knackers yard along with its owners, because that's what is going to happen. We've been talking about raising the money. The real issue is about what's causing us to need the money, and that's the transformation programme. But we have no choice. And short of putting up taxes up hugely, there is not going to be another way of funding the programme. So we've got to do it. Now, I don't like the risk, maybe. I'm a bit of a traditionalist, a bit like Councillor Cox, I guess. But what I do have is confidence in our financial team and our financial officers. And I'm sure that they will manage these risks on our residents' behalf. And if there are issues, I'm sure they'll bring them to council and then we can then sort them out. So lastly, I would say that, we all collectively want the best for our residents. We just got a different approach to it. But what we've really got to do is come together and recognise that we do have to set a balanced budget. We're required to do that. And in the absence of an alternative, this is what we've got. So I would urge everybody to support it, which is what I will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I absolutely support the essential investment you're suggesting into adult and children's services, so thank you for that. However, I have huge concerns about the risks and assumptions in this budget. We haven't been given the information to support the current budget, let alone formulate an alternative one, so I'll be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. I was hoping to bring this to a conclusion for a natural adjournment, but the pressure of the binding commitment we made at the the evening, with your agreement, I'd suggest a 10-minute adjournment for comfort. The will of the floor to carry on?
It's your choice, Chairman.
Well, as long as nobody is in dire emergency, I would personally prefer to carry on.
Chairman, I genuinely think it's difficult for the officers. I would suggest
right, I am going to make a decision and there will be a 10-minute adjournment. Thank you. main part of the, where were we, budget and medium-term finance plan. I got down to Councillor Nigel Brooks, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I did notice a lot of the people opposite me had crossed legs, but they don't now, so I'm thankful for the recess. Many people ask me why I sit this side of the authority. Well, it's a matter of getting things done, and it was quite apparent to me as we went into COVID lockdown in March 2020 that things needed to happen on our high streets and in our district centres. And I made these points quite clearly to the leadership on this side of the chamber. It is much about what our residents need in support, and our businesses need in support, and our retailers in support, that I have led a district centre action planning process with our economic development team. This is a vital bit of work because many of our businesses have suffered very, very badly. The government has come to the plate with many funding rounds to actually support businesses. And yes, there have been those who've said there's not enough money for us, we're nearly at the edge, this pub or this restaurant will not reopen. Well, I can tell you that it has been a vital part that the action that we've been taking on our district centres, not only to support our businesses, but our residents, has been very profitable. In the autumn, you may recall that Cabinet agreed that we would set about an action plan process to go to our district centres and try and get them back on their feet. And that process started in 3 pilot centres, in Broadstone, in Kinston, and in Highcliffe, which I know very well. Each of those centres are very shortly to receive government money through what was the ARG Stream 4. There were 3 before that, but this was the 4th stream of funding. And that funding is going to be put in place very shortly to those 3 district centres to enable them to promote themselves, make improvements, get events going. And actually, the most valuable part was bringing all the stakeholders together, from the chambers of trade to the retailers, even to the councillors, all coming together to understand and try and support one another. And that has been very rewarding. But it's not just stopping there. As set out in the council strategy, we will continue to roll out support to our district centres across the conurbation. And this work is already underway. In Ashley Road, Parkston, where many of you know we've had antisocial behaviour problems, and it has been a task force approach of this administration to try and actually solve some of those problems. But it's through this action planning that we can actually then move on, not only to Ashley Road, but to Moordown and to Winton, where we're committed to develop action plans with local stakeholders to make a real difference. And I'm sure as we move through this year and through the budget, which is supporting it, we'll see tangible improvements, not only from the businesses who are going to actually see the financial streams, but also the residents who greatly value and have valued the district centres through the pandemic. We're nearly there, aren't we? We're nearly at the end of the pandemic, but the legacy of businesses getting back on their feet, being confident about investing, is why we're producing action plans to make a difference. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Maidment, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to keep this nice and short. I just want to explain why I won't be voting for the budget this evening. As with others, I welcome so much of what's in this budget. The Cabinet have put the emphasis on children, care, equalities and climate. I fully commend that. But the funding of this is fundamental. If I don't, and I can't without the full information, support the fundamentals of where this money comes from, which to my mind is raiding reserves and maxing out the council credit card, then the priorities become moot. The money won't be there when we go bust. And if we don't go bust, we're saddling our future and our children's futures with debt that they'll be paying back over 50 odd years. And so that is why I can't support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Maidment. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to express my complete support of this budget as it demonstrates our full commitment to the communities that we serve. The freezing of the council tax base rate will help all our residents to manage the increasing costs of living, whilst allocating significant amounts of money to our adults and children's social care will be welcomed by the many members of our communities who rely on these services daily.
The health and well-being of residents is considered and provided for in all areas of the budget, but the proposals of growth in the community's budget are the most exciting and important for me. They will enable the delivery of our strength-based community development work on the ground and in our priority areas, encouraging everyone to be involved in decisions made and to take a part in improvements or changes happening in their neighbourhoods. We've already started or supported several initiatives designed to enhance the vibrancy and connectivity of our communities, and will continue to take further opportunities to do so, working with our third and voluntary sector partners in many ways to increase the benefits to all our residents. Our aim is to empower our communities, helping people to live active, healthy and independent lives. We will use methods of communication and engagement that suit all ages and abilities. We know that not everyone is wanting to use internet-based media, so we'll go back to tried and tested face-to-face engagement options wherever possible to ensure as much inclusivity as we can. The innovative and ambitious thinking of this administration means that there will be opportunities for improved health and well-being for everyone living in BCP area due to the investments being made. And I'm proud to support this proposed budget which will deliver them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. If there's no more indications to speak, Councillor Broadhead, did you Councillor Iyengar. Oh, I didn't see his hand. Councillor Iyengar, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. just 2 or 3 points to mention. Thank you. Just first one, just a general point about no opportunity. Oh, sorry, you know, could not produce an alternative budget. My colleagues have mentioned this. It does seem strange. I think 2 reasons have been given. 2 speakers on the side there have mentioned because apparently of such concern about the proposal being put forward, that was a reason why an alternative budget couldn't be brought forward, which does leave me rather confused. Surely the more concern that you had, the more incentive you'd have to produce an alternative budget. And the second thing is just a mention of a whip as a reason why an alternative budget couldn't be brought forward, which also leaves me confused as well. This is not a scrutiny committee. This is full council here tonight. And I think if you felt so strongly about this, you did have the officer access, the preparation time, and the opportunity tonight to set out the stall, and not just across all 76 councillors, but in front of all residents, businesses and organisations tuning in tonight. So there was the challenge, and it's not been met. Just in reference to another point, which is about, you know, do we lobby government actively on council funding? I'm not the only one, some of my colleagues here, and I do also believe a few members of across the floor here are active within the Local Government Association, also with our own MPs as well, who will accept lobbies of whatever from whatever party. We are actively lobbying. Now, do we succeed? Of course, it's hard. It's very, very hard, but we lobby in that direction. So yes, it's actively going on. As for this budget, I'll be supporting it. Particularly the areas that are close to my heart, summer readiness, it's there. Not, of course, the same money as we had last year, for reasons I think you'll understand, but we've got officer approval that substantially the same presence will be there, substantially, as last time. Seafront strategy, I think there's been some kind mentions tonight across the floor. There's a number of things there, whether it be Durley Eco Hub, Southbourne Bistro, Camphiclis Pavilion, Shore Road, Sandbanks Pavilion, Muddyford Beach Cafe, Hengersbury Head, and a number of other things that we can mention either there or in the works or in what you'll be seeing next week at the Councillor Forum. Tourism, we've got a big campaign coming up to welcome tourists, but of course the most important tourists being our own residents, of course, reminding them what a great place this is to be. And last but certainly not least, public health, the link to CCG as it becomes the integrated care system, our influence into that, and also what we're doing to modernise and expand our leisure centre and our outdoor health and wellbeing offering. All of it's provided for in the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Rampton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud of this budget. And in particular, I'm proud of the £12.1 million investment in adult social care. And that additional investment will allow us to keep pace with growth and demand and to uplift costs to providers. We have demographic growth in learning disabilities and mental health services. We have growth in demand for care packages for people with long-term conditions. Our home care packages are up by around a third more pre-COVID, and we are seeing a greater complexity of need than ever before. Mr. Chair, this has nothing to do with the portfolio holders or officers failing to control the budget, as the member opposite suggested. We're putting 12.1 million into adult social care. We put in 13.5 million last year. Up to 27, we're putting in 34 million pounds. This budget supports our most vulnerable residents. It offers innovation. It doesn't cut services, despite the massive pressures in the sector, which have been exacerbated by a global pandemic. What's your answer? What's your plan? You haven't got one. You should feel ashamed of yourself. Mr. Chair, I fully support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for wetting my whistle, as the expression goes. Excuse me. Sorry, members. Following on from the comments made by Councillor Rampton so clearly, I have to say I'm puzzled by the sense of bewilderment which has informed some members of minority groups in an operating model which is being outlined in the paper. It shows an astonishing lack of understanding of how the Council operates across a wide spectrum of services, including some of those delivered to our most vulnerable residents, including finding forever families for children who cannot live with their birth parents, providing support services for adults who were adopted as children, providing care in the home for elderly residents, those with dementia, those with learning disabilities, day services, respite support for carers and reablement, helping to discharge our duties to those who are homeless by helping them into their homes and supporting their tenancies, managing the tenancies of 4,500 tenanted and leasehold properties across the borough of Poole, art gallery, museum, leisure services, all of these delivered in a non-direct way, whether by fully owned companies, a local authority trading company, charitable trusts or other models. It should therefore be neither surprising nor alarming that the Council is considering an alternative model for our beach huts. What matters to our residents, and quite rightly so, is the service which is delivered, and further that it is accountable through the democratic process. Both of these remain unchanged. The Council will retain control. There is widespread scaremongering and misapprehension that in passing this budget we're opposing scrutiny of an item. One does not imply the other, and to suggest otherwise is at best specious and at worst misleading. In every case, we all need to understand the complexity and the risks. We don't hide from that, and would remind members that each of the decisions I listed earlier was subject to due diligence, albeit that even our most experienced councillor probably doesn't remember the discussion as the Russell Coates bequest came to the council. We are grateful to our forebears in providing the assets for us. We owe it to them to use them wisely and to ensure that their legacy works hard to protect services for all the people who live in our area. In spite of the relentless negativity from some members opposite, some of whom have been blaming every difficulty the Council faces on the pandemic rather than on their own decision-making, others who appear to have forgotten it altogether in the interest of looking backward to the halcyon days pre-local government organisation. But in either case, it has been bereft of ideas. In spite of all this, I will be supporting this budget, which invests in those people who live in our communities, in our children, in our communities themselves, and in the cleaner, greener, safer aspirations of our residents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Before I go to the proposer to sum up, Councillor Broadhead, did you reserve your right to? It was so long ago. You have the opportunity now, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I reserve my right to speak in order to hopefully come back to any points which may need some clarity or further addressing. And I've got a couple which I would like to talk about. I'll start with some of the points that Councillor Cox made right at the very beginning of the debate, where he opened up saying that this hasn't been a normal year. And, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree more. It has not been a normal year. And that's why we don't need a normal budget. We need a better one. Within his criticisms of the budget, he talked about robbing our children and grandchildren. Well, actually, what we're proposing here is quite the opposite. Robbing them would be taking away their assets in the future. We're actually keeping our assets, which is hardly robbing them. Selling our assets would be. He also gave the myth that somehow overview and scrutiny haven't been involved in this process. Well, I'm sure that the leader will attest that that's not quite the case. We had extensive discussions. And I know that because in the very meeting where we discussed this in great detail at overview and scrutiny, Councillor Cox, when we were talking about our £25 million investment in our most vulnerable people, said, and I quote verbatim, "It's not an investment, it's a waste of money." Mr. Chairman, I couldn't disagree more. We are investing in our most vulnerable people. That is simply not a waste of money. Councillor Brooks talked about this budget being spend, 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 and I think he's absolutely right about that, and I'm absolutely proud of that. Councillor Fear so eloquently summarised earlier on what that spend, spend, spend actually means and the impact it will have on real people. And I'll give you one example of what spend, spend, spend looks like, Mr. Chairman. In the Unity Alliance's one budget, they invested 900,000 into our children's services. This year alone, we're investing 12.6 million. That, Mr. Chairman, is what spend, spend, spend looks like. And echoing Councillor Ayenga's points that were raised by Councillor Slade, that it's impossible to amend this budget. Well, that's why you have an opportunity to put forward an alternate budget where you create the budget from the ground up. And I think the reason, Mr. Chairman, that the opposition have been so reluctant to do that is because they would have to come up with their own way to pay for services, to pay for transformation. And that would be selling our assets, something which I think they would rather that we forgot. The final point, as we've talked about, and Councillor Dedman talked about, was council tax, and the impact that will have on some of our most vulnerable people. Our council tax proposals, freezing council tax, will leave an extra 11 million in total in people's pockets throughout over the last couple of years alone. And in Christchurch alone, had LGR not happened, that would be £1,000 per extra household should we have not taken this approach over the lifetime of this council. Mr. Chairman, we've had no other plans. We've heard a lot of talk from the opposition about red flags, but I think there's one colour flag that we're missing here. It's a white flag, because they've given up, they have no ideas, and they essentially have put their white flag up to say they have no plans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. And if I'd like to now invite proposer Councillor Drew Mellor to sum up, please.
Yeah, happily, Chair, and thank you very much, colleagues, for your debate. Chair, in what speaks volumes, we haven't heard an alternative. So let's get to what is before us and the core of this Conservative administration's budget. This is a budget that freezes council tax, one of the lowest rises in council tax across the 2 years of this administration. We know it's our residents' money and we're keeping more of it in their pockets. This is a budget that invests millions into our Pride agenda. We will make BCP cleaner, we will make it greener, and we will make it safer. It increases unearmarked reserves and moves to the most balanced 5-year medium-term financial plan we've had in recent memory, long-term financial sustainability. It maintains our position as one of low debt amongst our peers. It stops the fire sale of assets that we inherited from the previous administration and therefore maintains and enhances assets for future generations. The financial plan is transformation to deliver £1 billion of savings to our taxpayer over the next 20 years. This is not a plan that saddles our children with debt, but delivers assets into the future alongside a streamlined, world-class council. It uses our assets to support our people, to support our place, to support our communities. And we've heard about how that's going to manifest itself tonight. It's a budget for children. Record £12 million investment this year on top of £8.5 million last year, in the region of 1/3 increase over 2 years. It's a budget for care, 26 million over 2 years. It's a budget for council taxpayers. And, as we've heard, quite rightly, it's a budget for climate. It, for the first time, makes us lead the country in our approach to climate and ecological emergency, putting real money at the heart of this. This is a budget for this generation, and it's absolutely a budget for future generations. It is with even more pride than I started this evening, and I thank my colleagues and their work tonight, but also in the 2 years of this administration. And I very passionately and wholeheartedly commend this budget to the wider council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. So I now propose to move to the vote for the budget and the medium-term financial plan for 2022-23. The recorded vote, it will be a recorded vote on recommendations A to E, will include the council tax resolution and council tax levels for 2022-23 as set out on the agenda at pages 5 to 6. So I'll call upon the Chief Executive to conduct a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to re-emphasise, this is a vote on the resolution as set out in the agenda. So you've got options to vote for or against or to abstain. And again, in alphabetical order, starting with Councillor Hazel Allen, please.
For.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
Against.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
For.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Judy Bagwell. She's gone, sorry. Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
For.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Simon Ball.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Burton.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
For.
Councillor Mike Cox.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Against.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
For.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Millie Earle.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
For.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor George Farquhar.
Against.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Sean Gabriel.
For.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
And Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
For.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
For.
Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
For.
Councillor Marion Lepedvin.
Against.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
Against.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
For.
Councillor Peter Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Susan Phillips.
For.
Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton.
For.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Abstain.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
Abstain.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
For.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
Against.
Councillor Mike White.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. It was carried 39 to 19 with 6 abstentions, so it was carried. Thank you, members. 6G, Overview and Scrutiny Board, 31st of January 2022, motion referred from Council. I call on Councillor Mike Green as the portfolio holder to comment on the referral back from the Overview and Scrutiny Board on the motion submitted by Councillor Chris Rigby. Councillor Mike Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been referred back to us by the Overview and Scrutiny Board, who felt that they did not have capacity within their forward plan and their work plan to be able to carry out the suitable amount of research that would be needed, nor indeed has anyone within the department at the moment, and therefore we're very pleased that it will come straight back to the Council and is ready for debate, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. So I'll open it up to debate from the floor, please. Any members like to indicate and like to speak to this?
Sorry, Mr Chairman, I believe that it's Councillor Rigby brought the debate and therefore, as I understood it, would then be able to propose the debate, propose the motion now.
So I'm looking at him now. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat myself from last time when I brought this in the first place. This isn't an onerous ask. It's not asking for hours of officer time. It's not asking for loads of research to be done. All it's asking is to add our voice as BCP Council to that of an ever-increasing number of cities and local authorities around the world to speak as one, demanding a just transition away from fossil fuels to renewable energy. This doesn't mean cutting off the gas supply tomorrow, getting rid of all heating oil overnight, but working towards removing fossil fuels from all of our lives. Transitioning the workers in the oil and gas industry who have got a great skill set to more sustainable employment, move people away from fossil fuels in everyday life. It's what we need to do to prevent the climate crisis. We can't have a sustainable future as well as a carbon-based economy. Research suggests that the burning of fossil fuels is responsible for around 80% of the carbon dioxide emissions since the Industrial Revolution. The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty seeks to end the exploration of new oil, gas and coal production, phasing out this fossil fuel production in a fair and equal manner, and that's really key, fair and equal. Commit to 100% renewable energy globally and develop new economic measures to support the transition. We're just one council here, but we can be at the forefront of change. We're making promises in this budget that you want to be at the forefront now of leading the way on green investment, so you can also lead the way on making green commitments. So we can lead more local authorities to follow us in signing this fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty and striving towards our zero carbon future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Mike Green, I think you indicated to...
Mr Chairman, does it need to be seconded?
Seconded. I now know what he was trying to tell me. The seconder, please. Councillor Hadley, I understand.
No, Chair. It's
Councillor Bull. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I am happy to second this motion. In my opinion, it's a logical step to follow on from the climate and ecological emergency declaration and the work that we heard about earlier this evening. BCP Council should join the cities mentioned in the motion and take the lead by agreeing it. It's what we need to do, as Councillor Rigby said.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Mike Green, you've now indicated at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. As I said last month, I absolutely support the direction and the underlying will of this motion, and I had hoped that the Overview and Scrutiny Board had been able to dig deeper into this as the Council requested, but I absolutely understand why they wouldn't. In the end, the research that's required to fully understand the implications of the moratorium would be immense. And on receiving the referral back from Overview and Scrutiny, I can see that that would be far beyond the resources that whichever part of the Council might be tasked with commissioning it. Item 5 of the motion asks us to agree that the economic benefits of transition to greener forms of energy far outweigh those of using fossil fuels. I really hope that's true, but I haven't got the evidence to support it. Item 8 asks us to commit to ambitious investment in infrastructure without regard to the cost, the benefits, the return on the carbon savings. Without that information, we'll be in effect offering our council taxpayers money without regard to what returns it will bring them, financial or ecological. And item 11 proposes we support a moratorium without assessing what the effect might be on the tens of millions of people who are currently employed in the fossil fuel industry. And some people might say that these jobs will be replaced by those in renewables, but again, the truth is that we just don't know yet. Closer to home, we've seen that just over the last few months, how only a tiny shift in supply and demand for gas has almost doubled domestic fuel bills. A reduction in fossil fuel availability might cause a catastrophic rise in energy bills, bankrupting industries and forcing millions into fuel poverty, quite possibly tens of thousands of those within BCP. I'm not predicting it will, but I just don't have the analysis to be assured it won't. And some idealists may assure us that the alternative clean supplies will be cheaper, but once again, there's no proof of that. And the economics dictates that if it is true, then that's going to happen anyway, because that's the way the market will move. Overview and Scrutiny was right to recognise that research required to answer these questions is well above the Council's capabilities. It's of an order suitable only for national governments or supranational bodies. And without that definitive research, I, for one, am not prepared to risk condemning BCP residents or the rest of the world to the unknown consequences of this gesture, no matter how much I'd like to or how worthy it sounds. At BCP Council, as we've heard earlier, we're making huge steps in our fight against climate change, and particularly in tackling our use of fossil fuels. We had all that evidence earlier, but this work doesn't carry the enormous risks that the proposals contained in this motion would, so it's with real reluctance that I ask members to act with their heads and not their hearts, and to reject this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really struggling to understand why, when you look at the actual requests, the 12 items in this report, what we're actually asking for is for the portfolio holder to write to the government. That's what the actual ask is. The rest of it is to note. The rest of it isn't asking us to do our research. The rest of it is actually acknowledging that we're on this journey. Tonight, you have passed a budget which you have told us you want to invest in Green Futures Fund. You've told us you want to spend £20 million on innovative ideas that will deal with carbon reduction. Here is your opportunity, and yet you are putting obstacles in the way. You've accused the minority groups of not being ambitious enough, and yet here you have the minority groups asking you to be ambitious, asking you to put your money where your mouth is, by actually saying that you will invest in carbon-friendly projects. If you actually look at the wording, you are not being asked to do intensive research. And the debate I recall having at Overview and Scrutiny was much more about the fact that this motion had to come before Council, for Council to take a view. Not for 15 members of the Overview and Scrutiny Board to take a view, but for Council to take a view. And that's why we sent it back, because it's not appropriate for the Overview and Scrutiny Board to be making decisions on things like this. It notes what is going on. The fact that Russia is now invading another country on the basis that they hold the gas tells us all we need to know about why it's so important that we move away from fossil fuel as quickly as possible. So I think it's completely hypocritical for you to want to be part of UK 100, which I completely support, for you to want to join the A list, which I completely support, and then at the same time to say, oh no, hang on a minute, we don't want to do anything that might prove some inconvenience. The actual request is that you endorse the call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. The actual request is that you send a letter to the Prime Minister urging him to support the global initiative. Frankly, there's other things you've written letters about which are far less important than this, and I think if you are genuinely interested in climate change, you would do this. If you don't, then it's all hot air.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's really disappointing. The might destabilise the market in fossil fuels. Well, the market in fossil fuels is pretty unstable already. Sorry, is social media more important than listening to debate? The market in fossil fuels is pretty unstable already. I think that at the same time as saying that we're innovative and leaders, it's not being innovative and leading to ignore how we migrate with speed away from fossil fuels. There were more representatives at COP26 from the oil and gas companies than there were from any individual company. And the lobbying from those with vested interest to keep us demanding oil and gas is very strong, and it's very strong in government. And the opportunity for a council like BCP to say, hey, we want to be leaders on this, we want to move forward on climate change, it's really important. And actually it's really important that you government step up. And yes, you're saying it's down to national and international bodies. Well, we have a voice via our portfolio holder to say to government, no, you really shouldn't be still building capacity, giving permissions for continuing to extract oil and gas, because we've got to move forward with speed. We know during the recent storms that actually the wind farms were producing huge amounts of energy into the grid. And we also know with all the solar, you know, the renewable energies are delivering, and they're much cheaper than some of the nuclear capacity that we're buying off France and China at double its real value. There is a real lack of ambition in ducking this one, and I think we really should at least tell government to get on with it and move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. As nobody else has indicated, Councillor Rigby, would you like to sum up, please?
Yeah, happy to, Chair. I'm not really that surprised to hear Councillor Green oppose this. I mean, it wasn't long ago Conservative MPs were speaking in favour of drilling in the North Sea, claiming it's needed for the economy, and somehow saying the transition to net zero needs more extraction. The Conservative government continues with a maximum extraction policy of fossil fuels. Rishi Sunak himself gave an announcement he wants to encourage more investment into new fossil fuels. And just a few weeks ago in January, the Abigail field in the North Sea was approved, with the government concluding it would not have a significant effect on the environment. So it doesn't surprise me at all that what the Conservatives in Westminster are saying is exactly echoed here as well. With this in mind, I ask you, do you want to see oil rigs coming back offshore in Poole Bay? Because that's where this maximum extraction policy is heading. So the only way we're going to see change is by making change, and we can do that. And all it takes is a vote and a letter to be sent. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. As this isn't to do with the budget, we're going to go to a vote by consensus and show of hands. Councillor Farquhar, you're standing. If 25%. Do we have 25% of members asking for it, please? Would you please stand? Thank you. Okay. We go to a recorded vote. Thank you. Yes, the Chief Executive would like to conduct the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Councillors, this is a recorded vote on the items that are listed in 6G, which is this council, and then it's items 1 through to paragraph 12. If you're in favour, please vote for, or against, or the option is to abstain. Again, in alphabetical order. Councillor Hazel Allen has gone. Okay, Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For. Against, sorry.
You're right, Dan.
Yeah. Sorry,
Against
very
Ca-
tired. Against.
No problem.
Apologies.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earl.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Sean Gabriel.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
And Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Or
Councillor May Haynes. She's gone. Okay, sorry. Councillor Peter Hall. Thank you. Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson. She's gone. Okay, Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Lepedvin.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
For.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Absolutely for.
I've written that in bold. Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberta Rocker. It's left. Okay, sorry. Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Just confirm I didn't miss anybody out. Okay, thank you. Yep, that's good. 25, 34 against, so lost.
The motion is lost. 25 for, 34 against, 1 abstention. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 7, non-compliance with Standards Committee decision. The process for dealing with complaints under the Member Code of Conduct is set out in the BCP Council Constitution, to which all councillors have signed up. Standards Committee has delegated authority from Council to implement this process. This report is to bring to Council's attention that a councillor has not complied with a decision made by the Chair of Standards in consultation under the process. The report is before the Council for information only and not for debate. Agenda item 8, notices of motion in accordance with Procedure Rule 9. The mover of the motion, Councillor LJ Evans, has notified that she wishes to seek the Council's consent to alter the wording of the motion. In accordance with Procedure 13.12 of Part 4D of the Constitution, in the interest of expediency, the proposer is seeking the consent from Council for the motion to be altered as follows. That BCP Council takes the opportunity provided by the Government's Levelling Up paper to become a Marmot community. I'm looking for consent from the...
It's to explore becoming a Marmot community.
it's red, but it's not got a line through it.
Red, it's in
Right, yes. I beg your pardon. The coloured fonts fooled me. Let me reread that. That BCP Council takes the opportunity provided by the Government's Levelling Up paper to explore becoming a Marmot community. I got it. Thank you so much. So I'm looking for consent from members to accept this altered motion. Agreed?
Yep.
Okay, agreed. Thank you. Councillor Evans, I call upon you to move your motion. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Councillors. BCP is a wonderful place, but has marked disparities between areas, from the highly affluent to some of the most deprived in England. Life expectancy is no longer increasing, but has actually started to fall, and this is much more apparent in lower income areas. There has also been a decrease in the proportion of our lives that we can expect to live in good health, again with poorer people disproportionately affected. Action to reduce health inequality is not only the morally correct thing to do, but benefits society as a whole. Reducing illness results in economic gains and reduced pressures on services. Sir Michael Marmot is Professor of Epidemiology at University College London. He published his groundbreaking report in February 2010, which showed how health inequalities are driven by the so-called social determinants of health. These include how children spend their early years, education, adequate housing, access to healthy environments, and good jobs. After a decade of austerity, the 10-year review showed that while there had been progress in some areas, health inequalities were actually widening and life expectancy was stalling. The situation has obviously been made even worse by the COVID pandemic. However, it's not all doom and gloom. The government has just published its Levelling Up white paper, and this provides us with a real opportunity to improve health and reduce inequalities in BCP. One way to do this is by becoming a Marmot community. This is a region that is working across sectors to achieve 6 common goals. 1, give every child the best start in life. 2, enable everyone to maximise their capabilities and have control over their lives. 3, create fair employment and good work for all. 4, ensure a healthy standard of living. 5, create and develop healthy and sustainable places and communities. And 6, the prevention of ill health. Councils that are awarded the status of Marmot community are those that can provide evidence that these principles are upheld through local policy and decision making, and that improving health and reducing inequalities are at the centre of everything they do. This is not going to be easy. It will take work. It will take time and effort, and it will take investment. However, I believe BCP Council is up to the challenge. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it is a good use of our limited resources. Councillors, let's endeavour to not only build back better, but build back fairer. It is time to put the health and well-being of our residents at the heart of our ambition for the area and become a leading example of levelling up for a healthier community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Dedman, I understand you wish to second the motion. You have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I just want to say a few words about Professor Marmot, because I know some members may not have heard of him. And in fact, I think the lead member for Levelling Up was a bit unsure of who he was, which is a bit of a sad thing. I hope he's not going to be the lead member for Dumbing Down here, because Professor Marmot...
I have noted that, Councillor Dedman. Please
Sorry?
continue. I have noted that. Continue.
I was just going to say that Professor Marmot has attainments too many to list, and he's a testament to someone who spent his life working for the betterment of the health and life chances of people all over the world. He was commissioned in 2010 to work for our government, and I think most of us know that he reviewed this work on health inequality in 2020. He wasn't satisfied with what had happened. He didn't feel that the work had been carried out. And so this is one of the reasons why I think we should work towards, or consider working towards, joining this Marmot community. If we're serious about levelling up, then equity of health and well-being must be at the heart of this strategy rather than the narrow economic goals. Professor Marmot and, in fact, the communities have put a well-evidenced business case for this local action. And I think personally that to work towards this with Professor Marmot at our backs would be a really good statement of our commitment to our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Denman. I'd now like to call on members who wish to speak to the motion, who will have up to 3 minutes. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe you have an amendment that I would like to propose now. I believe it has already been circulated earlier today.
Yeah, it was circulated at 5:34 this afternoon if you're looking for it on your inbox. Apparently I haven't seen it. Yes, Chief Executive, would like to read it out.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the amendment would make the motion read that BCP Council takes the opportunity provided by the government's Levelling Up paper to become a Marmot, to uphold the 6 principles of the Marmot report by continuing to grow our commitment to the Levelling Up missions set out in the recent government white paper and the 14 Levelling Up goals.
Thank you. That's the amendment before members. Would like to open
I so second, Mr. Chairman.
Beg your pardon. Jude Sputt, please. You're seconding.
Chair, can I speak in favour of my proposal, please?
You may.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'll get out of the way the obvious fact that I agree wholeheartedly with the 6 principles set out in Professor Sir Marmot's report from 2010. These are values that I hope every single member around me believes in strongly. If not, I would question how they managed to be sat among us now. Secondly, the reason for this amendment. In it, there are a lack of suitable metrics by which any level of success could be recorded or measured. For example, Marmot Communities is a phrase not even used by the group that is led by Professor Sir Michael Marmot on the Institute for Health Equity website. The closest phrase used is Marmot City, and given the tetchy relationship members and our residents have with that particular word, I'd be very worried about the popularity of that particular tag. By the admission of the Institute itself, more than 3/4 of local government health and wellbeing boards have Marmot principles at their centre. We are already one of them. We as an administration wish to hold ourselves to a far higher standard than simply to a collection of goals that it is impossible not to agree with. And this is why I wish to see this amendment passed, in order to link the motive behind the motion to the far more specific and results-driven government-led missions as set out in the white paper that the motion itself refers to. That the missions and goals are backed by a flagship government policy makes them much more substantial than employing a consultancy to tell us what about work we are already doing. I have not changed my amendment in light of the alteration to the motion. There is a report now at final draft stage that was referenced in the Cabinet paper taken through in January that gives an in-depth look at health inequality within BCP. The research team, particularly those who do with public health, take into account these Marmot principles already, not because they are Marmot principles necessarily, but because those are principles that any sane authority recognises are the basic tenets of eradicating health inequality. The alteration to the motion, however well-meaning and thoroughly good intentioned, is as unnecessary as the original motion, as the work is already being done. Health inequality in particular was a topic mentioned heavily in the Levelling Up paper that was passed through January's BCP Cabinet. This amendment will go further towards ensuring that we never drop the ball in combating this and continue the work that has already begun to wipe it out. As Councillor Evans said in our discussions yesterday, which I thank her for in an attempt to reach a compromise on this, this is about actions, not words. From what I can see, employing this consultancy will give us nothing but more words. We're already doing the work, let's just get on with it. And I thank Councillor Dewsbutt for seconding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Just to confirm, Councillor Dewsbutt, you're seconding that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
I support Councillor Johnson's amendment for the following reasons. Whilst I agree in principle with any vehicle that could enhance our service provision, I would also expect that any motion regarding the same would be detailed and clearly stated. A motion to Council of which the putter of that motion wishes colleagues to understand and ultimately agree must surely provide a detailed report to explain and illustrate why it is thought to be something that would be prudent and necessary for this Council to do. Clearly, the principles which gives every child the best start in life, enables all children, young people and adults to maximise their capabilities and have control over their lives, creates fair employment and good work for all, ensures a healthy standard of living for all, creates and develops healthy and sustainable places and communities while strengthening the role and impact of ill health prevention, are required minimums and ones which as a council we have a duty to deliver and are so doing. I'm also concerned that on further investigation of this issue, we are being asked by the councillor putting the motion to potentially buy into an unknown financial burden to become a Marmot council with no evidence or iteration as to why we should join the Marmot branding, when in essence all these principles are enshrined in our own policies and are a living, breathing ethos of our council and that of every councillor. Regrettably, based on the fact that the motion merely states that we adopt a title with no elucidation as to what that entails, I cannot support the motion as so worded. I therefore agree with Councillor Johnson's amendment that we do illustrate that we are indeed already upholding the 6 principles within given requirements and preserved in law as stated within the government's levelling up agenda. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Judesbutt. I now open up to the floor. Anybody who'd like to talk to the amendment, please? Please indicate. Nobody? I can't. Oh, he's there. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's regrettable that we get these wrecking amendments to everything that's proposed from the opposition side, and I think that is regrettable. And I think it's also, you know, some of these targets and challenges, like Marmot, and I hadn't heard of it before it was raised. It's useful to actually have a network of other areas, other city regions, if you like. If you don't like the word community, I quite like the word community. That we can compare against, and there are quite significant ones around the country, areas with ambition and areas of a similar size to ourselves, that clearly you can network with in order to monitor progress. So if we are going with the amendments, and I suspect that's what the outcome of this evening's vote will be, then it would be really useful to ensure that within our levelling up we are taking account particularly of these health and public health and social needs, because the levelling up paper we saw previously was very much around the economic benefits and working with the private sector, something I corresponded with the portfolio holder on previously. Whereas it seems that the Marmot is far more looking at particularly the early life and the benefits to the population from meeting these goals and targets. So I welcome the initiative and the thought behind the initiative, and I hope that we can at least demonstrate that we are exceeding the Marmot principles in our own levelling up actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Anybody else like to speak? No. Would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief, and just to reassure Councillor Hadley that, as evidenced by just how many councillors here raised health inequality as one of their main worries in that member seminar that was held a couple of weeks ago today, that it will be at the forefront of what we do. It certainly won't be buried, and this is certainly, hopefully, will be proved to not just be an economically based agenda. It's very much based on the people, as they are the people who will drive levelling up in whatever form it takes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And Councillor Evans, you have the opportunity to sum up before the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Johnson was kind enough to discuss his worries with the original motion and reasons for suggesting this amendment. As he's explained, whilst the principles set out in Professor Marmot's report are absolutely brilliant, they are things we already pride ourselves on, and he believes we are already working under those principles. He also raised concerns that we would work with the Institute of Health Equity to become a Marmot community. I would like to address these concerns now. It's so essential that councils have clear policies and strategies to enable them to achieve their vision. Working with IHE could be considered a great investment and remove some of the burden of work from our overstretched officers. IHE's work would be complementary to the levelling up agenda, not in opposition to it. So, let me tell you a bit more about them. They were established in 2011 at University College London and are indeed led by Professor Sir Michael Marmot. They have recently worked with Greater Manchester, Coventry City and Cheshire and Merseyside. They help organisations to understand and deliver on action to reduce health inequalities through research, training and mentoring, sharing best practice and developing networks of like-minded organisations. In terms of finance, I understand we're looking at initial cost with working with them of around £100,000. This is less than a third of what we spent on electric barbecues. Of course, it's not just about working with IHE, but collaborative partnerships with Public Health England and the Dorset Integrated Care System, who I'm confident absolutely support the original motion. Other partners include the police, fire, schools, business, community and voluntary sectors. The benefits of becoming a Marmot community for health improvements are similar to becoming a UK 100 local authority for climate improvements. It's not just about commitment, it's about action. It's about accountability, strategy, and showing effective leadership. It's about pooling resources, learning, and expertise. We've waited a long time for the Levelling Up white paper. Let's not waste any more time without taking action. Let's take this opportunity to make a positive difference to the health and well-being of BCP residents and become one of the best coastal places in the world in which to live, work, invest and play. Please reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. So we now move to the vote on the amendment. Will we be happy to do this by consensus, show of hands? Okay, so those for the amendment, please indicate. Yes. Thank you. And those against the amendment, please. Thank you. The amendment is agreed 37 to 25. Thank you. Any abstentions? Just the case. That now becomes the substantive motion. Is there any debate?
No. Okay, straight to the vote.
So we can go straight to the vote, please, in similar fashion.
Oh, Councillor Evans has the right to sum up.
I'm sorry. Yes, Councillor Evans, please.
Anything's better
Right,
than
sum up.
nothing. Please support.
Succinct.
Thank you. Right, so indicate.
Take the vote.
When we take the vote, all those in favour, please.
That looks like, I think that's everybody. I think it's unanimous. Yep.
Thank you.
Just check. Yeah, I think, do you want to just check there's no abstentions or?
Yeah, I will. Any against or any abstentions?
Yes, it was unanimous.
It was unanimous, thank you. Oh, Councillor Green.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Under Procedure Rule 9.15, might I propose that this meeting is now adjourned?
Yes, the monitoring officer will explain the actual detail of what you've proposed and how we handle it.
Okay, so councillors, if we adjourn the meeting at this point, the meeting hasn't closed because it stays open until a later date, and that means the budget hasn't been agreed. So I would recommend that if councillors
in that case, I would withdraw that move. Thank you very much, monitoring officer.
Well, there's only two questions that will be asked of councillors' questions, so and the answers are already prepared.
Chairman, if I
Mark
may,
Anderson.
can I propose that the answers to the questions are given as written answers to save time?
I think there's a request to hear them.
I think there's a request to hear them, so I would like them to be heard,
Okay.
please. Thank you. There have been 2 questions withdrawn. So my understanding is there's only 2 questions that will be tackled. So if we go straight to the first one that's still live. Councillor Phipps, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Broadhead on the scoring for a bounce back grant.
Yes, thank you very much for letting us continue with this. Okay, so for Councillor Broadhead, both I and a resident asked questions at Council on the 14th of September last year about why a deliverability score had been increased, facilitating £70,000 being given to a speculative lagoon project in Herne as a bounce-back grant when the lagoon doesn't exist. You replied to me, this is a quote I had in writing, the team were clear that this proposed grant, which was to fund a planning application which had already had match funding, was clearly deliverable. You then replied to the resident, and I quote again, the Council's economic development team in their screening of the grant application prior to the judging panel saw that the grant request was actually only to bring the scheme to submitted planning application stage. Then, by specific invitation, you attended a Herne Parish Council meeting on the 11th of October. Present were Herne Parish councillors, my co-ward councillor Vanessa Ricketts, our MP, and a room full of Herne residents. One resident asked, is the money time limited? And you replied that the money was to be spent by the end of March 22, and said the developer seemed very serious. I'll be surprised if it's not a good application. So the perception and understanding of every single person I've spoken to, public and councillors, is that taxpayers' bounce-back grant money was given to this non-existent operation to fund a planning application by the due date at the end of March 22. I now have in writing from the BCP Economic Development team that this is not the case, and the money was only for phase 1 to fund feasibility, landscaping and architectural studies and meetings relating to these. Therefore, the £70,000 went straight into a planning consultant's pocket to deliver a few reports, not a submitted application, as you said. Can the portfolio holder explain why he said in public on numerous occasions that the score was changed and grant money was awarded to fund a planning application by the deliverable date when it wasn't? In fact, it was to pay a planning consultant for a few reports for a speculative development proposal. Why did he mislead this council, Herne Parish Council, and residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Phipps for this question. This question has already been answered at the Audit and Governance Committee and previously versions at full council. At all stages, to be clear, the government guidance and local scheme was followed completely. The recipients of this grant, are delivering on what they propose to deliver, and full monitoring is taking place in line with the conditions of the grant award. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very much.
I'm afraid that didn't answer the question at all. My question was, when you previously answered me, I've said when, myself, a resident and Herne Parish Council, you actually said that this money was to deliver a planning application by the due date, and the score was changed for that delivery of this application. And that is now not the case. So you misled us last time. Why did you say that when that wasn't the case? You haven't answered my question.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. I'll give Councillor Broadhead the opportunity to do that now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My answer was brief because the Audit and Governance Committee has considered this in extreme detail, as well as numerous other questions that you've asked on this, both this specific scheme, the Bounce Back Challenge Fund, which I'll remind colleagues was an innovative way that we were able to help the whole area bounce back after giving grants to help all of our businesses survive as well. And as I pointed out in my original answer, every single scheme that has come forward, the one that you mentioned included, is assessed against the criteria that they were put forward, and I've confirmed from the officers that the criteria that they put forward is being met and is being monitored. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Didn't answer the question, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Brown, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Judes Butt on the taxi licensing policy. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. It's now a year since this council debated and agreed significant changes to BCP taxi licensing policy to align policy across the 3 towns. This new policy has now been implemented and has no doubt had some impact on the taxi trade across Poole, Christchurch and Bournemouth. Could the Chair of Licensing Committee please advise what mechanisms have been put in place to allow the taxi trade to feed back their views and experiences of these changes, and further could she advise what processes are in place to review the policy to allow any necessary amendments to ensure that the implementation addresses the needs and concerns of the taxi trade at this difficult time for the taxi industry?
Which I'm happy to answer. The first to advise the Council of mechanisms in place to assist feedback from the taxi trade re the new BCP taxi policies. BCP taxi and private hire policies were implemented on the 21st of June 2021. The taxi trade are commended for how well they have adapted to these new policies. Our BCP licensing manager is the Council's direct operational contact for all taxi trade representatives via email, text, telephone, Teams and letter, and also on a face-to-face basis via pre-LGR established quarterly tax trade meetings. The taxi trade wished these meetings to be face-to-face during COVID, so they have not met since 2021, the safety of our officers being paramount during this time. However, all other communication platforms remained in place during COVID in order to receive feedback and for the trade to be advised and supported. Now COVID is hopefully mitigated by vaccination, meetings were reconvened face-to-face this February. And your second question, to advise on processes in place to review policy, allowing any necessary amendments to ensure that implementation addresses needs and concerns of the taxi trade. Feedback from the February trade meeting remonitoring new taxi policies will be heard by the Licensing Committee this March 10th, by way of a substantive report from our licensing manager. I have invited taxi trade reps to attend to share their contributions re the evaluation of the policies. I kindly remind the Councillor that all taxi policies have separate working documents for drivers, vehicles and operators and can be amended at any time to correct errors, inconsistencies, clarify guidance and statutory changes. Taxi policies were unanimously supported on the 4th of Feb 2021 by the Licensing Committee, and as Licensing Chair I added and confirmed, and I quote from the minutes of the meeting, that the taxi and private hire policies for 21-25 would remain on the forward plan for monitoring. Our new taxi policies require effective interaction with the taxi trade and the public per se, re-accessing and communicating the work and operation of our taxi policies and the full suite of licensing policies and their applications. Therefore, the BCP's transformation programme presents a valuable opportunity to improve how our licensing services are delivered, and our licensing team is currently working hard on service redesign within our transformation team. We aim to streamline processes and provide more information to support applicants going forward. We need information about licensing to be an easily accessible portal, and we'll continue to develop our public engagement methods as we transform the service. To conclude, the Licensing Committee, with their remit to create and deliver effective policies for taxis and all taxi drivers and operators, remain on message to ensure that the ongoing implementation addresses the needs and concerns of the taxi trade. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Brown, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, just briefly, I thank Councillor Butt, and I note that the taxi trade met with the licensing manager this month and can make representations to the next meeting, which will review it in March. As in previous experience at Poole Council, where we used to meet with the taxi trade, I would just ask if the Chair could look at, as well as allowing the taxi trade to make representations at the next meeting, to allow a two-way discussion with the taxi trade and licensing committee members of their concerns, views, and to get their input to any future review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
I've been asked to consider that, Mr. Chairman. I'll certainly give it my consideration. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Brings us to agenda item 10, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. There are no urgent decisions to be reported. And before I close the meeting. I'd like to give Mr Farrant the opportunity to add a missing apology.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we missed the apology earlier on from Councillor Vanessa Ricketts, so if we can minute that apology as well, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, members, and good evening. Good morning.